and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours!
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
Bang, bang, bang. We're back, baby, and better than ever with another episode here at MCG. It is Wednesday, August 26th. Get ready because we have a wonderful show lined up for you boys. Man, there's so much to discuss. There's so much to look into. We got Robinhood popping off. We got base, shall I say, with some runners. We have Arbitrum season in the works. Perhaps so many things to discuss. We want to jump through it all. Today, we got a massive show for you. We'll give you a nice little preview here in a little second. Josh, how you feeling? Intro video's done. I'm hyped. I'm ready.
Yeah, guys, look, it's been a great journey. We got the GOAT, Ansem gave us a little shout out today. We've worked really, really hard to find the best alpha runners, whatever's in the trenches that are hot, whatever people, traders care about. We've worked very hard to find it. And so we've had, some wins. We've done well, starting off with Chill and Robinhood in June, mid-June. And just, it's been great to see the show grow. So as you guys know, this has just been growing. If you've been with us for a long time, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Honest to God, we really appreciate it. And if you're new joining us, we stream Monday to Friday at noon, and we focus more on utility, startups, real kind of companies, fundamental value versus just memes specifically. Of course, we trade both, but anything that really is kind of moving markets, we really care about. So,
dude, we're all over the place. We're all over the place. We love utility. We love on-chain startups, on-chain companies. We love all that. We love all that. we also love meme coins. We also love meme coins. Vlad loves meme coins.
Vlad
We
loves
were
meme coins.
notorious. We were notorious for being the first one to break to you guys the long.xyz and AI thesis. Don't forget that. We were early to Robinhood June 18th. You can check the receipts in the Discord for all of our beloved Discord members. But yeah, absolutely. We were early to meme coins. We're early to utility coins. Dude, whatever's happening on chain, whatever's about it on chain, that's us. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're new
Go
to
to
the
my-
show,
Go to my
welcome.
X profile, mint_Josh. I actually did a little MCG founding story just to get the story out there. So if you want to go listen there. But yeah, guys, been great. So let's get into it.
Let's jump into it. Maybe we start from the top here. Real quick, GMs to everyone in the chat. Real quick, I'm going to pull up because
guys, are we
unfortunately,
getting
guys,
X chat? Are we
X chat is
still-
not live.
Was it working yesterday for you?
It was not. X chat
Okay.
was not working yesterday.
Yeah.
X chat was not working yesterday. However, what I did was just pull up the chat. But GMs to everyone in the chat, man. GMs to everyone in the chat. Dom, Chad, Elite Mo, Legend, Elfin, Lilium, MCG World Order. You got it. Blur Profits. How can we join the Discord? Keep showing up. Gum says, does this mean merch is finally coming? Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. All right.
Ooh.
Here's the Alphon merch. We have some limited edition t-shirts, our V1 t-shirts. They are a great fit. We're known for having the best t-shirts at Breakpoint. And so they will be released. They're almost like artifacts, but they'll be used. And then there'll be follow-on merch. There'll be drops. I do want to do merch, Chill. I really do. But
so here's what tomorrow morning's stand up. We ideate on some merch. I mean, what do you guys want? No, I'll ask you guys. What do you guys want? Hats, phone cases, I don't know, like shirts. I don't know. Like, what do you guys want? I mean, if you guys want some shirts, you can definitely throw some shirts on there. We got some OG ones from Breakpoint. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all. MCG World Order. You see it. We're like that, guys. We're like that, guys.
Yeah.
All right. So let's jump straight into it. Ooh, Blur hats, bro. Hats, bet. All right, we got some hats. Snapback or dad hats with a fresh logo and catchphrase on the side. Yes. Okay. How about this? How about Josh's hat? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like MCG, like straight up on the front, but on the side it says MCG World Order, like on the side of the hat. And we can do snapbacks. We can do dad hats. Man, look at us. We're coming up with ideas on stream here.
Chill will deliver it to you personally. So there we go.
I'll hand deliver it. Deliver it. All right, guys. So let's jump into the the macro section here. I got a quick market update for you guys and the Discord. You guys wanted me to cover some other majors as well. So let's kick it off with Bitcoin. I talked a little bit about my thesis yesterday. And I wanted to audit this, as you guys know, as traders, as new data comes in, you have to just kind of audit what you're doing, how you're thinking about markets moving. And what I wanted to double check here live on stream with you guys was the liquidity. So here we still have some liquidity here at 83,
Can you switch
84.
this tab? You're still on the other
I'm
tab.
still on. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And I wanted to know this because what we're looking for here is like, will these lows, the 59K, 58K lows hold? And obviously if they do hold, on chain, is going to look consistently good here. So this is why this is important.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of price action coming up. And we don't and a lot of people are, this is the start of the bull. That's kind of the running theme here over the last couple of days. And so it's really good to just kind of have an idea of where are things going right now. So on Bitcoin, here's first scenario that I have. First scenario is a liquidity sweep of this liquidity here at 85K. And that would be a sweep above the range high. And then we would then make a higher low, somewhere in this green box, call it between 65 and 72.6K. Okay, so this is the first scenario that I'm looking at. But as I was on the timeline, I kind of came across another pretty decent scenario, because what I am seeing is I'm seeing a lot of people call for my scenario, this slight pullback into a higher low before we go crazy again before our next leg. Or some people are calling for a sweep of sub 60K to like 55K, maybe even low 50s. So the fact that a lot of people are having my type of scenario in mind, I get uncomfortable when too many people are agreeing on the same line of thinking. So I saw another piece of TA that is very interesting. Look at this. This was the start of our last cycle. At the last cycle, we went from, if I was here, if you guys were here, we're at the 15K bottom. We're at the 15K bottom. A lot of people were calling for 13, 12, even 10K. And then we rallied up. And as you can see right here at the blue line is basically where we are right now in this first leg up. Now, what a lot of people were also calling for at that time was a pullback as we ran into major resistance. And what proceeded to happen was just another next leg higher. And that could potentially be a scenario that plays out. So instead of doing what we do here, pulling back, we could potentially, let me see here. We could potentially just rally and then pull back into this region before going higher, right? So those are the two scenarios. Those are the two scenarios right now. Either we rally or we pull back here. Either way, we're going higher. I'm comfortable saying that I don't think we see sub 60K again. There is a lot of liquidity to sweep down there. But at least right now from the PA that I'm seeing, this is the strongest weekly candle. This is the strongest weekly candle we've seen since March 2023.
Wow. Look at that. That's awesome.
This weekly candle right here, maybe we just take away all the TA real quick, but this candle right here is the strongest candle we've seen since March 2023, right? Since March 2023. So that's something that I want to just call out, because lo and behold, right where this candle is here, this candle was the last strongest candle before this last weekly candle that we just saw, right? And obviously, we see the change in character. We see the change in sentiment. We see the change in vibes, the shift in vibes on chain. So there's a lot to just take note of. And I wouldn't be a bear calling for lower prices here. Just if you're bearish, just shut up and move to the side real quick. We know ball.
What does MCG mean actually? So when we first started streaming together, I was trying to come up with a stream title. I was like, oh, we're talking about microcaps. So I was like, Microcap Gem Show. And then MCG Show started. And then we switched to MCG Live. So
yeah. So
make crypto great. Yes. Yeah. We're kind of converting to make crypto great, but that's just the lore.
Yeah. We started with Microcap Gem Show, but it's now transitioned into Make Crypto Great. Think it really represents what we strive for on the show, just highlighting good founders, great projects, people that actually are making crypto great. So all right, so that's the macro section. That's the macro update. Josh, I know you had some stuff you wanted to cover. I can do mine.
Yeah, let's do yours. Let's do ETH BTC, because I feel like this is really important to watch for on chain, because relative strength of Ethereum is going to be important, and even Solana.
Cool. So that's the overall view here of Bitcoin running into some resistance here, resistance that we've respected in the past. So again, you saw the scenarios. We could end up sweeping liquidity, or we could end up breaching this and pulling back. But we'll see what happens. Same thing with Ethereum here, running into some resistance. Let's go on to a lower time frame. I'm not gonna lie, boys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm calling it move for move right now. You see this,
Dude,
like I'm
that's
calling it
crazy.
move for move right now. I told you guys that last week that there's compression on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, and the move of least resistance would be higher, and here we are going higher. And so now we'll kind of see what happens with Ethereum. I get the sense that we get really, really shallow pullbacks on this. Elfin Lilium, I like the renaming. Solid. Same here. Chill. The people know about V4 hooks and how slept on they are right now. Legitimately will be on top of every LP within 3 to 6 months. V4 hooks, don't fade it. GM Top Fumbler. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, look, a quick breakdown on Ethereum. Let's just take this away. I think we do kind of form high here, but it's just like if we remember ETH from before, because what I did was I used on the 3-day, I believe, or was it the weekly? Yes, on the weekly. I told you guys that when we get into these lower levels with all this green and support, Ethereum has naturally bounced. And if you look at every single time it's bounced out of this green zone area here, we've seen that the pullbacks are shallow, right? The pullbacks are low-key non-existent. I mean, we at least not until we breach like this level up here. Like when we get to 4,000, that's when our price kind of cools off like it did here, right? Price cooled off like it did here. But we're far away from 4,000. So yeah, I think maybe Bitcoin, if Bitcoin does leg up higher, I think this can just continue straight up to 400K. But for now, what I'll do is just draw this at 400K. I think that's kind of where we cool off eventually for Ethereum. Last two that I'll check is Solana, another one. Like literally, I don't even know. Like, look at this, guys. Like, I'm literally dotting this, bro. I'm literally sniping these. I told you guys that I'm targeting 100. Now that we're at 100, same. I'm not truly like I'm getting very like at least for the majors. I'm pausing, right? I'm being careful here. We've already made a move. We've went up for 7 days straight, and now we're cooling off. So I think we could even see a pullback here on Solana, but I'm not. It's just, hey, this is just range highs, and the pullback that I'll be looking for on Solana would 80. I don't think it goes back this low. This is a nice little level here on Solana, but I'm not convinced we go back this low. So I'm in the sitting on hands and waiting camp on majors. This is a crucial point. Everything is up at range highs, and so I'm not in the business of like longing or shorting anything. I'm gonna just take profits on stuff that I'm up a lot on, and I'll keep some free capital on the side just to ape in case we get any dips. But yeah.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, people have been kind of chopped up for the last 12 months. So there is going to be some profit takers. There might be an extension here. I could see it kind of extending because the mainstream media is talking about tokenization, RWAs, like it's all over the place.
Here's why we could potentially see continuation on this. I mean, if you like if we go to the monthly chart, and we talked about this yesterday, and I'm not gonna lie, I told y'all guys we called this area of support for Solana on a high time frame. But if you looked at this is like 10 months of straight downside.
Yeah.
Anybody who would have wanted to sell would have sold by now, right? Anyone who wanted to sell would have sold their soul bags. They would have sold their BTC bags sub 60K. They would have sold their ETH because ETH was getting dunked on the timeline. So anyone that wanted to sell would have already sold, meaning that there aren't much sellers left. So if there are sellers like maybe selling out of this current pump, maybe that's the last group of sellers left before we absolutely go nuclear. So yeah, I don't know if I'm actually I'm very undecided at this point because everything is at range highs, and from a traditional like good trader standpoint, like you don't just long the highs at resistance, but at the end of the day, and then two, like we also have this this SFP here, this bearish SFP on Solana. So, there's some reasons for pause. But if there is a pullback, I don't think there's going to be a lot, because I think there's going to be a lot of sellers that have already priced themselves out of the market.
Fair enough. I do want to cover, so that's macro, guys. I do want to cover this trade because we had, so man, NetNet's been crazy. I'll give you the backstory. So we did get introduced to this team. Again, our community called this in the MCG Discord, which is not open to everyone. We need people in chat. If you're in chat, you'll get access to it. If you're not, you're not. But this was called at 800K in the chat. It's obviously gone, hit 8 mil this morning. So nice, clean 10X. But we did the August 14th interview, and I'm not going to lie, I kind of faded it for a long time until I actually listened to the interview because I was off screen that day, regrettably. But the guy said he was the founding developer for NBA Top Shot. So literally the best consumer DeFi crypto project ever in history, did the most volume. So anyways, I'll give you the quick TLDR. So finally, Ansem, after watching our clips and talking about on Market Bubble and stuff like that, finally decide to buy this. So welcome Ansem as a net shareholder. But the thing you need to know is it's a rebasing token. So if you're buying this in FOMO, I'm not sure if net is integrated with FOMO yet, but you have to actually take your net and stake it, or you're losing out on the rebasing. Basically, you're getting diluted while everyone else who's holding and staking is accumulating. So that was something, there was 11 or 12% that wasn't staked. So that was extra edge that the people who did have it staked. So go stake it. But it is now, NetNet has become one of the largest revenue generating protocols. And everyone says, oh, 5.5 tax, no one's going to buy 5.5 tokens anymore. Well, people are. And the reason is because the tax is generating US dollar deposits or USDG deposits, which are accumulating and earning additional yield, as well as a sleeve of RWA tokens. And so the treasury, if I go to the terminal right here, which has been bugging because I think of just the sheer hits this website is getting. But the true treasury is $4 million. There's $4 million in stable coins as well as RWA assets. So now think about Vlad and Robinhood's KPIs. Grow RWA, TVL, and volumes on Robinhood. This is now the number one holder of things like SpaceX, NVIDIA, and some of these RWA tokens. So they are on narrative. You can see they have a cash reserve of 8 million or 800,000. They have 1.9 million in stablecoin yield, as well as what is it? Where's the RWA sleeve is almost 6 million. So a lot of assets that are backing this, and people might say like, well, okay, it's a rebasing token. There's some overhang from the rebasing, and that is true. Those people have sold some of those net tokens. However, people see it drop below the NAV and they're like, well, I can basically buy the NAV. Now, where does this get exciting? Okay, so that's kind of not the new exciting things. What really is exciting is the mini games that this protocol is building. So here's an example of one. There's a $5,600 pot for what is essentially a no lose. I don't know what you call this, a draw, no lose draw. And basically what I mean by that is you buy a ticket, and this is probably going to lag my computer, but anyways, you buy a ticket and you're forever in the draw. You might not win, but you're forever in the draw. So one day you might be able to win. Now, if you buy these tickets, all that money goes into the NetNet treasury right here, right? So it drives an increase in treasury. Now, what are they doing with this treasury? So that's one mini game. What really gets me excited about this protocol is they have a brand new primitive for call and put options that are represented as a ERC, I think 1155 or some sort of token standard that the developer had created. And so when you buy one of these cards, so each card here is trading at $5.46. So if I come and buy 10 cards here, let's see. Oh, I can't even buy 10 cards because there's not 10 even available. Oh, there we go. So if I buy 10 cards, I'm buying 10. What is this? This is a put. I'm buying 10 put options. And if the price on NVIDIA hits $360, which is minus 25% from the current NVIDIA price, I get a 6 or 7x return. Now, what's really cool about these cards, because they're 1155s or they're actually ERC tokens, these tokens can be used as poker chips or points or something in third-party apps and games. And that's where this gets really exciting, because NetNet is allowing third-party developers to build with these tokenized put and call options. So I think this is really interesting. Every time a put and call option is minted, 5% of the notional goes into the NetNet treasury. And so anyways, I'm just really excited about this. He's released a blackjack game. I'm sure someone will create a poker game. I'm sure there'll be other games, but this is exactly what Vlad Tanev, go listen to the podcast. He said, we didn't imagine some of these primitives to be developed, and they've been developed. So that's why this is going. I think, yeah, you just got to pay attention. Obviously this is really over, like this is extended. Look at this chart. This is a wild chart. The FDV represents, once the rebasing totally happens, what it will be worth. Now, Olympus DAO Ohm hit $4 billion on a treasury of 400 million. So there was a 10x multiple applied to their treasury. But just to give you an idea of where these things can go, and we ought to bring up our next guest, but the developer created optimizations on the Olympus DAO model to do NetNet. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do for entry here. I mean, I'm already in this, so hard to say, and I'm in it from much lower, but and I'm not unstaking. I'm holding my net for some time. I want to see these RWA games kind of pick up steam, and if they do, I'm just gonna sit on this for a while.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where this is a deflationary play because people are staking. They're staking their net. They're doing all these things, and it's taking supply off of the market. So
yeah, I mean, I would say
is DCA season. There's no entry. There's no TA. There's no lines. It's just DCA.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like you got to take it on dips. Now I would say it's not necessarily deflationary. So the token supply is inflating at 1.4% or something like that per day. So it is actually quite inflationary. The counter to that, though, is that everyone who's staked is inflating at the same rate. So their money is just going up at the same rate. And then on top of that, the treasury growth in TVL is actually outpacing the inflation. So yes, it's inflationary, but every time it reduces down to NAV or below NAV, people are going to have been repricing it back up. So, yeah, just a caveat that it is still a rebasing token. You do have to stake it, or else you are losing to those who are stakers.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. So that's the net breakdown. Honestly, a crazy protocol, cracked dev, and we've covered that. Couple things, just housekeeping before we get our first guest up.
Yes.
I believe he might be. I think he hopped out and hopped back in just to like fix some things real quick. So I'll give him just a moment. But while we give him a moment, let me go ahead and share my screen here, and let's talk about some housekeeping real quick. All right. So, so you guys already know, if you have been watching our show for the last few months, if you've been watching our show for any period of time, you know what housekeeping is. You know what we have to do at the beginning of every stream. Let's all go to @MCG Live. I'm doing this with you, right? Let's all go to @MCG Live. As you might know, we're here Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time, breaking down the biggest and best projects that we can find on chain, any ecosystem, any launch pad. Doesn't matter if it's moving on chain, if the dev is a Chad, if the technology is novel, we will cover it. So we're here Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. If you like that, go to @MCG Live. Make sure you're hitting the follow button. Then the second thing and last thing that you'll do, wow, by the way, thanks for almost 16K right now, 15.8. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you guys for the support. But second thing and last thing is to go to our pinned tweet. Go to our pinned tweet and then hit like and RT. That's it. Just hit like and retweet. Make sure the homies know that MCG is live. Make sure they know that we're covering the best projects out there. And if this is your community, if you're from the community of one of these projects, definitely want to hit the like button. But just a little preview. First interview will be Sinjo DeFi. We'll bring him up in just a moment. The next interview will happen at 1:15 with Up, and then Quotient at 2 p.m. So you guys have been excited about these projects. You guys requested them. We finally got a chance to bring them on. So excited to go ahead and bring them up.
Before we do that, we just need to thank our sponsors. So shout out MetaDAO. As you can see, bottom right-hand corner, $45 million raised on their platform. MetaDAO tokens are ownership tokens. So if you own one of those tokens, you have a claim on the underlying treasury. You own the business IP, as well as the revenues that the business generates. So, of course, MetaDAO sponsors, but we actually have been a longtime supporter and believer of MetaDAO and some of the best performing on-chain Solana tokens out there. So you can find their latest raises at metadao.fi and then their permissionless launchpad at futard.io. So go give them a check, go find their tokens, add it to a watch list. I know there's a bunch of interesting catalysts that are starting to come through. Solo, OMFG has got a similar, borrow from the LP thing. Cred has just been on a tear business wise. So yeah, a lot of really good stuff on MetaDAO.
And with that being said, let's go ahead and tee up our Sinjo interview. So excited to have Dakota on. They're basically building these sort of like advanced mechanics for tokens that work on the back end of tokens. So excited to kind of dig in. We've been seeing a lot of new primitives come up, a lot of new different type of launch pads. We've seen V4 hooks. We talked a lot about different types of DeFi innovation, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of people experiment with all these new ways of not only launching tokens, but like what types of tokens will they launch? What will they do? Will they automatically buy back and burn? Will they buy tokenized stocks or what have you? And so this is kind of the capital layer, the programmable capital layer, as they dub themselves, that they're building on Robinhood. So let's go ahead and get Dakota up, and we'll get the lowdown. Dakota, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on. It's an honor.
Absolutely. Good to have you. Good to have you. Glad we got you on the schedule, got you on the stream here today. Typically with these interviews, we just like to start with who you are, just kind of giving a background on yourself, getting to know you. So to start, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it concise for the show, but I've been in the space for about 6 years now. So over half a decade, since 2020, before the bull run I got in during like the Bitcoin Black Swan event of that time during COVID. Fell in love with the tech. Like I was always a tech first type of person. Then like getting into trading and stuff came after. I was quite a poor trader early on. But I had an idea that I wanted to build, so I fell in love with NFT tech and DAOs, and actually built in the Polkadot ecosystem for many years as a founder there. To my frustration, the things in that ecosystem didn't really pan out that well due to leadership over there. But I learned a lot, and I got to do so much. I had built out some of the earliest intellectual property tokenization protocols that the space had seen. Wrote the first white paper on tokenizing like multi-asset resources as IP and facilitating IP rights. I've taught students on like DAO technology, on DAOs, community building and fundraising when I was a lecturer, part of the Polkadot Blockchain Academy. So it was really awesome. I got to teach alongside some chads, some notable people like Gavin Wood, who's a former co-founder of Ethereum. It's like really got to submerge myself around some really smart people. Build a lot of things. I focused, like I said, on IP. DAOs became like an obsession of mine. Just like seeing like where we were, which I saw, it was very basic is how I saw things versus the potential and what could be done. So shout out to MetaDAO for really pushing some of the bounds in that space. I love that project, by the way. Focused on that. Multi-sigs was a big thing. Universal accounts, so like one account for any blockchain. We were actually, me and my former co-founder, I'm quite confident to say that we were actually the first to ever push a single account solution, where like one single account, own anything, do anything on any chain. It didn't take off, unfortunately, whether it was, we needed to market better, or just us being in the Polkadot ecosystem. Unfortunately, we got dismissed a lot. Like, oh, this is really awesome. Where are you building? And we say Polkadot. I was like, oh, that's too bad.
R.I.P. Polkadot. R.I.P.
Yeah, so much wasted potential there. But like I said, incredible experience. I wouldn't trade it for the world. And so basically, a lot of experience in the space. The past year and a half, I've just been heads down, like focused on building. It started out as just thinking about. Obviously, AI has helped accelerate like a lot of things, which has been really cool. I was like very technical, a highly technical CEO before. People would often ask me if I was the CTO, but I had our own Chad who was in charge of those things. But I'm the dev now. And so with Sinjo, like how I kind of got into it was Launchpads. I've always been like fascinated by them, whether it was what happened. We saw like the surgence of Pump, and there's like the pros and cons of it all. But I actually want to give a shout out to like Bags. I know they didn't really win any race there.
Wow,
but
a rare Bags shout out. I love it.
Right.
Mainly to Finn, just because I know, like, look, everyone in the space there's someone has something good to say about him, something bad to say about him, this and that. But he tried to push the bounds. He was the one who really first with the creator fees tried to like make them be, work for the founder in a way. And that's just something that I always appreciated, pushing the bounds of innovation. I think that's what makes the space so exciting, is people just trying to do new things.
Agreed.
But I always was like, like this is cool. This is a good step, but like there's so much more that could be done here.
Can I ask, what's Sinjo mean?
I'm glad you asked. It's from Pokemon. And I just picked it, if I'm being honest. It's a name I've just loved for a really long time, and I've wanted to use it for a long time. Beforehand, it's actually maybe bittersweet because I launched this by myself and not with my former co-founder. But me being from the United States and him being from Brazil, so one's north, one's south. And this is pretty nerdy, but in Pokemon, there's like the Sinjo ruins, and it's the combination of two regions. One's north, one's south, and that center point is Sinjo, and it's where legends are made.
Got it.
Nice.
Chill, do you mind clicking launch there? And maybe if it lags you, because it lags me just a little bit because my StreamYard is going crazy. But Dakota, what is Sinjo? Can you walk us through like what the the pitch is here?
Yeah, so we are programmable capital layer for Robinhood. What does that mean? Basically, so there's a bunch of launch pads, and I'm also biased towards Pons. I think Pons is the winner of the Robinhood ecosystem. I don't think that's going to change.
Nice.
Might see something cool pop up here and there, but you know,
Why, really quick, why do you think Pons is the winner?
I've seen it enough where you have we're past like the first week or two of questioning like, oh, who's really going to capitalize on this first mover advantage. Pons far exceeded that. I mean, they smashed like once Noxa went down, they really came in, took that mantle, owned it, and they did it well. They owned it without doing the most, which was kind of nice. So it was with them doing, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but like minimal steps forward, they were able to attract like just naturally the masses. And then they've been through the ring of fire. You had pools pop up, and there was all the concern around that, and that was nothing. And so I don't know. The way I see it is they've been tested. People have doubled down on their conviction with Pons. Whether it's you have bag workers who have a vested, financially aligned interest to see it succeed, or at this point, you also have a bunch of developers like myself who, I mean, granted, we're not bound to them, but I don't know. When they win, we win is how I see it, and vice versa. That and Ozzy's just been he's a great founder too. Like, shout out to him, give him his flowers. Especially understanding like it was I imagine at first just him. The dude he's killed it. And from what I've seen, on X and stuff, he's active. You're able to, as long as you know somebody, I imagine, but you're able to communicate with him in Telegram. So he's active. He communicates. He keeps shipping. They're doing great things.
Got it. Okay. Well, sorry for the side quest there. Let's bridge that back into our conversation about programmable capital. So talk to us about like what that means, being the programmable capital layer for Robinhood.
Yeah. So like I said, there's all these different launch pads, and basically our vision is, let them focus on what they do well, being that, basically the actual like providing the markets for the assets. And then we get to build on top of them and allow people to launch onto those launch pads. So there's no discouraging factor of like, oh, I want to launch, but I don't want to launch somewhere that's not the biggest, launch pad, for example. I want my token to show up there. So we don't compete with anyone in that regard. If anything, we're complementary to them. As tokens launch on us and take advantage of our protocols, we help drive value towards them. And basically, we're just looking to give more power to the creator, to the teams who are launching tokens. I'm confident that we were the very first protocol to actually launch a hold this meme and get airdropped stocks type of like protocol. It started to get talked about a lot, so we kind of like front run that. We were building it and we had launched, and I think like 2 hours after we launched it, all of the news of what Index was building came about and kind of overshadowed it. But we were first to get that out, which is exciting. And we just we want to empower people. We want to give them the tools to launch tokens that are actually worth holding. It kind of drove me crazy, to be honest. It is what it is. But like watching just how things have been on Pump Fund for the past year. I don't want to sound like, I'm not trying to like hate on things, because it is what it is. It's just the way that things go. But
yeah,
it's just, I just saw millions, billions of dollars flowing across actually like just JPEGs. Like it's just.
So is there like unique features that Pons like wasn't offering that you figured out? Like you talked about airdrop stocks to meme coin holders, but is there anything else like you think is super unique about this Sinjo?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, so first and foremost, so when it comes to like the programmable logic that you can automate, so the more like simple ones to understand is the automated token buybacks and burns. I saw that the Pons website, of course, back then with V1, it would display the burns of a token, but there wasn't a system to automate that process. So I was like, easy, let's get in there, let's do that. Take it a step further, let's use these fees to then buy assets, but not just the token in question. Let's use these fees to buy other assets. Maybe you want to use your creator fees to buy into Pons, to buy NVIDIA, and then let's allow people to then airdrop those rewards to holders, so that before this, they'd see a token, they'd buy it, they'd hope it goes up or down. There was virtually no utility otherwise to it. So they're just buying it, they're holding it, hoping it goes up. The way I saw it is, if you're going to be doing that, you might as well buy something and hold something that at least it gives you something throughout that journey. And that's where the airdrops come in. And then say a bit more like complex feature. But another thing as a creator I always saw as like ironic is, so you have your first dev buy. Like when people are looking at a project that's token, if they see like, oh, team owns nothing, they're like, oh, okay, they have no skin in the game. That's not good. So they want to see that the team has some tokens. Why would the team have some tokens? It's a launch pad for fundraising. But then ironically, if the team sells anything ever, it's absolute panic. It's bloodshed on the charts. So I was like, this is kind of like, it's a little paradoxical problem we have going on here. So what I did is I rolled out what we call funding bans. Basically, and you guys will probably be able to follow this easier than most, but funding bans, what happens is it takes your initial dev buy, and you can set these retroactively as well, but it takes your initial dev buy, it breaks it across up to 10 different buckets. And these buckets are just single-sided concentrated liquidity positions. So it's like they're laddered positions, or milestones, so to speak. As the price reaches and surpasses a certain market cap, that position converts from 100% token to 100% ETH or wrapped ETH.
Yep.
And it allows people to, in one sense, exit a position to get real funding without dumping on the chart and without people freaking out. And so that's why we rolled that out. But then, of course,
this feature, I mean, Virtuals has a version of this called ACF. Now, Virtuals tokens are startups. They're people who are kind of using those resources to continue coding and building stuff or pay for inference, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. In the case of Sinjo, is it like what is the use case for that funding? Is it to push creatives out there for memes or something, or is there like, are people using this in a specific way to kind of push their token in an interesting way, or how you see those funds being used?
So the simple way that they would be used is kind of like just what you said with Virtual. So people have their capital, they can use it for their operating, their startup costs. But we've taken things like a step further, just to also add in some kind of degen fund to the mix, to where the proceeds from those bans can also be programmed in what happens with them. So the more basic thing is, the band gets filled. Cool. My proceeds have converted. I have my funding. I'm going to go use this to pay for whatever, hopefully something responsible for your project. But then another cool thing that you can do is, let's say it's a meme coin and it has these funding bans in place. What you can do is have it to where, like, okay, once this band fills and we have all this wrapped ETH, let's just full port it into the chart, buy back, and then burn the token. And we'll do that at every single funding band. So it kind of sets this like milestone incentives to where it's transparent. You can see what these milestones, these market caps are. And basically, all of the holders can have this like aligned bag working incentive that they can see to be like, hey, push and work this thing, get the market cap to 50,000, boom, it's going to blast on the chart. Get it to 60,000, it's going to happen again. 70,000 happens again. And I just think that's a really cool, fun mechanic.
So essentially, like, because all of these different mechanics that you've set up, I feel like I've seen them before, but it's almost like devs have to kind of code them into the contract or code them into the protocol on their own. So essentially, you're not a launch pad, you're a layer that takes all these things that devs usually would like to play around with, or perhaps usually do. Things like when you mentioned what was it, funding bans, and also raffle rewards like airdrop distributor. These are things that, like, these are things that devs already kind of do on their own, but they have to kind of go through that flow of doing it themselves. You just automate that whole process. Am I like on the right track here?
It's actually like, yeah, that's a great way of looking at it. Is we're making this extremely accessible to the average day deployer, so to speak. We've seen a lot of these mechanics, but then it's usually be a single implementation where you had a dev build this specific, a smart contract that's specific for their launch, and then the features are kind of they're there, but it's just for them. This allows anybody who wants to tap into those and build those, put those into their own launch. Makes it really easy, gives them a nice interface. We have templates, which makes it easy for them to launch. That way it's, there's not like this, mysterious barrier for them to get these things live, or they have to, reach out and try and work with someone and pay a bunch of money to get it built, things like that.
Okay.
And so,
yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, if I can, I'll finish
Yeah,
this
please.
thought flow. And so you guys are a layer that sits on top of Launchpad. So the infrastructure for deploying tokens, that's already solved for. What you're solving for is what happens after those tokens are deployed. And I see here that you're basically integrated with all of like pretty much any Launchpad. Is that correct?
Yeah. So as of right now, we support Ponds, Pools, Flap, and Let's Cash.
Got it. And do you have any deeper relationships with these launch pads? Like when you were in conversations with them, were they kind of like amazed by this technology? What was their reaction to it? And how's your relationship with them?
I guess that's the fun part is, so we don't need anyone's permission to kind of expand. That's one cool thing.
Really?
We build out adapters. So at any moment, if there was a new launch pad that we wanted to support, we would build out an adapter that would allow us to start, people can then start deploying tokens with our logic onto those launch pads. I will say, like, cautious, I'm not trying to, overhype things up, but, I've had the opportunity to speak with, we have a TG group with Ponds, and we've had some very nice feedback that we've gotten, and looking forward to future collaboration and stuff like that.
This here is the funding bands that you're talking about. This is a really nice video, by the way. I like this video.
Made that myself.
Okay, and so you can see it's settled. Active means it's currently in that range, and then obviously locked means the capital or that supply is locked there as well, obviously. And what configurations? I mean, I guess deployers can decide how much capital spread over what market caps. Is that correct?
Yes, they can decide. So let's say they bought, I'll do a big number so it's easy math, like 10%. They have 10% of the supply, and they did 10 funding bands. We have a button to where they can just automatically spread 1% into each one of those bands, or they can go ahead and fine tune things themselves. They could put, 5% the last one, and then stagger everything else before the prior 9 and all that stuff.
So I want to ask about, finish your thought.
I was going to say they can allocate 100% of their dev buy, or just a portion as well.
Okay, we want to spend kind of the last 10 minutes here asking about some other things, but I just really quick, like, how does developers, like, we've seen this thing where people earn fees on these types of tokens, and then they're kind of like, yeah, thanks guys, like, I'm out, or I, stop working the project, or soft rugged or something like that. Like, is there some sort of futarchy or some sort of governance over those that capital that keeps it focused on that project?
So that is one of the big things that we're now getting into, and we've started to release protocols as like the foundation for this. So we recently rolled out token holder governed treasuries. So individuals or teams can launch a token with a treasury bound to it. They can have it so that fee rewards get routed to that treasury, and then it's their holders who then have control over it. Like I said earlier in the show, I am a huge fan of MetaDAO. I'm a big fan of Futurarchy. I'm a really big fan of Futurarchy governance. It's actually something I was talking about and brainstorming with people a couple of years before MetaDAO had like their big rise. And so implementing some fashions of this to Sinjo is coming. I have a few ideas actually, just from Futurarchy, how we see it kind of implemented by MetaDAO, but then also kind of like faster paced decision making, how we've seen like up down markets. Want to get that kind of implemented as well. but yeah, we have some things like that cooking up right now.
Nice. So I want to rip through some questions here. One of the key things for the success of launch pads is attracting good quality deployers or tokens on your pad. Can you talk a bit about how you think about attracting deployers?
Yeah, so our earlier days were focused on getting some of our core more innovative protocols out there, and while we still have things on the way, we now have like a decent foundation. So we're currently working with, we actually have 3 different teams that we're working with directly that are getting ready to launch. Some of them are working on intense infrastructure they want to integrate. Some of them are working with AI agents. And so with that, looking forward to the launches. We're just using our network as well. One thing that I'm really grateful for is that with our recent rise, I've had the privilege to get connected with some, won't name drop, but just some respectable, large, people that everyone here probably knows, influencers and KOLs who have friends and deployers and devs. So leveraging those networks to bring more people on, and the more that we educate people, the more they get excited, and then the more interest we have in people wanting to launch on Sinjo.
Awesome. And then maybe talking about the Sinjo token. Chill, I don't know if you had any. I think I heard you there.
Yeah, I just had a quick thing before we move on to the next question. So the launch flow is deployers, they don't go to the launch pads first. They come to you and then choose which launch pads from your platform that they want to launch on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
That's correct. Yeah. Now, if they choose one of our templates, which most might find easiest or not so overwhelming, most of them, I think like 8 out of 9, will automatically guide someone towards a Pons V2 launch. But if you hit custom, then they can go ahead and choose one of the 4 available options. Depending on which launch pad they use, there are some features that aren't available. For example, with pools, because of how they have their fee structures with things, there's some limits there. Also, why I'm kind of biased towards Pons is there's higher fee flowing that way. But yeah, they come to us first, they get to choose, they launch, and then once they launch, bam, their token's already on that launch pad.
And how do you because couldn't Pons say like, oh, well, we'll just integrate this as a feature kind of thing? Like, how do you think about you guys getting the Pons flow? Basically, they're sending you guys deployments which ultimately end up on their launch pad, but like, how do you kind of keep that relationship? And
well, the way I see it is a couple of things. One, it's always good to have good relationships with teams, of course, but they're busy. There's certain layers and things that they're focused on where their time, which is a scarce resource, is better focused there. For example, and I kind of pushing the idea of some type of dev program to get custom V4 hooks whitelisted with Pons, but that the actual like liquidity level, as you guys know, you guys had Hooker on and they were talking about things, but like that specific area is something that the Pons team and everything can focus on. Our ability to just go nuts like mad scientists and build out all of these different protocols, I think that there's just a pace that we're able to keep. I'm a workaholic, and it's totally like an actual friggin'. It's very common that you will see me and someone will be like, "Have you slept?" And I'm like, "Nah, I've been up for 42 hours." And I've been like that since COVID. I don't recommend it, but I can't help it. So yeah, I build fast. I build a lot. I'm hungry for this. So I don't mean this in like I have full faith and belief in all the other teams out there, but if it was ever a challenge, I'll never let anyone outbuild me.
Yeah, no worries. I respect the hustle for sure. I want to ask a bit about the Sinjo token and traction. So you've had about $9 million in volume on your platform so far. And then you have the Injo token. Can you talk about your traction first, and then kind of how the token plays a role in this overall system?
Yeah, so I'll be honest. I'm extremely happy with the traction. It just makes me feel great about everything, to be honest. But it's still the beginning, working our way towards 10 million. I'm looking forward to, and once we crack that, 100 million, getting more people deploying on Sinjo, and then all those numbers will, grow at a accelerating pace. with the Injo token, so what we have right now is, we have fees that flow in from not just our creator fees from Pawns, but then also there's a 1% protocol fee attached to each of our protocols. So, it's not too taxing on the creator. It's 1% of their creator fees. So 1% that comes in as well, and all of that gets routed 40% towards buying back and burning Injo. We've already burned over 4% of the supply, depending on where the market cap is at any time of the day. That's anywhere between $70 to over $100,000 worth of Injo has been burned. 20% comes back to the team, but then we also use a good chunk, so 20% to buy Pawns, and then 15% to buy NVIDIA, both of which get airdropped to holders. It's missing from here. I need to update this, but 5%, so 15% of Pawns goes towards Pawns airdrops, 5% goes towards Pawns burns, and then we have 5% which just goes towards auto compounding the Sinjo liquidity. So we have this in place now, but then we're actually getting ready, and I hope to have had it ready for the show, but then I had a really awesome idea last night, and I think it's worth it to push things back to Friday for our new NFT launch protocol. But with that, there will be a mechanism in place that will require, for our specific launch, people will be able to do a bunch of things with this protocol, and I can talk about it if I have time. But with the launch of that protocol, there will be a reason or an incentive to where people may want to burn NFTs, and if they want to burn those NFTs, then they'll have to burn Injo to do so.
Got it. We're in the alpha/roadmap phase of this interview, so feel free to expand on this. When is this coming?
This Friday.
This Friday.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully everything goes well. It should be. I was
awesome. A developer giving a hard timeline. What? That's awesome. All right.
If I can just dig into this, because I saw a tweet that you did just the other day, and you talked a little bit about the mechanics of this. And if I don't know how much you want to get into,
this is
up to you, but would love for you to kind of give us a breakdown here.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. So it was only yesterday that I really dove into Delta Liquidity, but I love the platform. Big fan, good tech, it works. Immediately gave me ideas. I'm a huge fan of just how lucrative liquidity plays can be, and I think that it's kind of overlooked a lot. They're often, nothing's risk free, but I see them as less, riskier ways of potentially setting up some really lucrative positions. So I'll try to be brief here. The NFT protocol that we're going to launch will be able to do a lot just because it's flexible. So you'll be able to launch an NFT collection, and then you can tie a token to that collection. Now, most people will probably, and what we will offer is the ability to launch both at the same time, NFT collection plus a project token that's tied to it. However, you can also just tie a pre-existing token to the collection. The reason for the token being tied to the collection is because now these NFTs, they have their own individual treasuries, to which assets are sent to, so yield-bearing assets. But I also want to get into the mix to where those NFTs can have their own liquidity positions on Delta. There's obviously, there's more simple, just double-sided 50-50, like stake, as they call it in their platform, stake positions, so they can stake their liquidity. That's a really simple thing that I'm confident we'll have live for Friday, and having NFTs be able to get yield from that as well. But then an optional burn requirement. So what I'm imagining is you have these NFTs, these treasuries, and they're getting filled up with stocks and yield-bearing assets. They also have positions and liquidity pools and things like this, all these different mechanisms that bring yield to their holders. But those treasuries, basically, they're building up with a lot of value. But the assets and everything in there are locked. And if you want to unlock it, it's like a piggy bank. If you want to get what's inside, you got to break it. And in order to break it, it's a one-time thing. Once it's gone, that's it. You need to burn the project token that's tied to it. So allowing people to set whatever that amount would be. I think it gets interesting. I'll save our Injo specific example for when we do launch. But what I'm imagining is, let's say you had piggy banks collection, and there's 10,000 of these NFTs, and you make it to where you have to burn 100,000 piggy token in order to burn it. Well, these from trading fees and even from the initial, NFT sales, they get funded with a bunch of assets to where they're, and continuously get funded as well from continued fees. So their treasuries are continuously growing. The piggy bank's getting fatter, and it's paying out to their holder. And it's really nice. But man, that piggy bank is looking it's really fat, and there's going to be people out there like, I want to get that. And if that's the case, then they're going to have to go ahead and they would need to burn, 100,000 of that piggy token. And I just think it's really interesting what could happen there, because you do the math, 10,000 NFTs, 100,000 tokens, that's 1 billion tokens in total. I don't think anyone would ever, I doubt we would ever see 100% of a collection get burned. But the cool thing there is that as more and more NFTs get burned, the assets that get distributed to those NFTs, there's less NFTs to split it amongst. So then as people start to cash out, the remaining NFTs are getting filled up, ideally at a faster rate, which then makes it, maybe even more tempting to want to break it. But then you need to go get those tokens, and there's continuously a decreasing amount of. And so yeah, just like some Ponzi-nomics at its finest, and letting people, we'll put the protocol out there. Like I said, people will be able to fine tune things, how many tokens need to be burned. Maybe no tokens need to be burned. Everything's optional. We'd like to, we try to force as little things as possible on people. And focusing on, again, like what can these NFTs like hold? So we'll have yield baskets. Obviously there's like simple things of stocks that provide dividends, but I really like the idea of tapping into Delta liquidity and having, I'd love to get connected with the team, but having a good relationship where we're helping to drive volume towards them, adding to their TVL, and then of course, deepening the liquidity of assets deployed through Senjo.
Got it. No, that's some pretty good synergy that could be explored there. And I think as of late we've seen so many different like RWA NFT projects, or like RWA DeFi NFTs. Like there's a way that all these projects are combining components from all three, from the token to the DeFi, leading to NFTs. And I think I don't know if we've cracked the code yet. I mean, maybe I just asked this as we wrap on our last, we got to start closing out the interview here. But maybe I just ask you, like, what do you think of that sector? Has it kind of figured itself out, or is there still more to be explored there?
Oh, there's so much more to be explored. I think that's what makes this era right now so exciting, is we're starting to see, we've already seen a bunch of cool things come out. This is nothing. This is just the beginning of what we're about to see. I'm 100% certain that we're the beginning of the biggest DeFi renaissance that the industry has ever seen. DeFi summer 2020, 2021, forget about it. What we're entering now is going to be the biggest era when it comes to all these things, and driven by Robinhood, driven with on-chain real world assets and on-chain stocks. But we're starting to really have, it's like the perfect mix. Robinhood has this thing where we have, it's like the degen spirit of Solana, but then the real innovative heavy mindset that comes with Ethereum. And there's this little baby that they made, and it's freaking beautiful, and people are starting to experimenting, and this is just day one.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm also of the same belief. Yeah, I love the way you put that.
Hey, Dakota, I do want to get one more question in. Just can you tell us, are there any notable communities? I mean, our X chat is getting spammed with like some token. I don't know if it's on your Launchpad but we want to give Launchpad founders an opportunity to kind of shout out some communities on their Launchpad. Which Senjo tokens should people be looking at?
Well, I have to say, I'm usually cautious with this because there was one project that I was super excited to see, people launching using Senjo, and I shouted them out. And then I think like 2 days later, they're busted. But there's been one project that has been building on Senjo consistently for about a week now, and they're hungry. They're consistent. They keep showing up. It's called Safehood. They launched, like I said, a week ago. And it's kind of beautiful what they've done. It's really simple. It's just they use the fees to buy back their token and airdrop holders. And the one thing that really impresses me though is that in this, like I said, it's been a week, or maybe technically less than a week, they have already bought back and airdropped over 50%, more than half, more than 51% of their entire token supply to holders. So So just, yeah, really impressed with that metric, and they keep showing up. So I really appreciate that from those guys. So I think they deserve some flowers.
There you go.
Got you.
I think chill. That's it for me. If we're good to wrap it there.
Yeah, I think I'm good to wrap it. Dakota, if there's anything else that perhaps we didn't cover that you feel like maybe we should have, just let me know, and we'd be happy to go through it. But been an amazing interview, and appreciate you joining us today.
Oh, likewise. Thank you guys, and just want to say that like you guys have been killing it. MCG, in my opinion, you guys are the number one podcast, especially for people who are active in trenches. You guys have been killing it. I saw Ansem gave you a shout out yesterday. Long overdue. So it's just an absolute honor to be on the show, and I appreciate you guys letting me come on.
Man, high praise. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dakota. Till next time.
Till next time, guys.
Yep. Cheers.
All righty. Wow. Man, the love that we're getting right now is insane. Really appreciate you guys. But no, I love that interview. Love the mechanics. I mean, here's how I'm thinking about it. We've seen all these different projects pop up with devs doing, novel things with their token. And we've seen some of the, a lot of times these mechanics have been used already. They have been done already. And what Sinjo is doing, in my opinion, is basically just automating that process. Just being able to provide ease of access to some of these strategies that devs have used in the past, and bringing it all together in one platform and just allowing people to plug in, play with it, right? And then they have obviously cool tokenomics. They have you guys should go back and listen to that interview. If you didn't catch the relationships that they're working with, the NFT mechanics that they're working on. I love what they're doing. I love how we have almost this new toy in DeFi to play with not only V4 hooks, not only tokenized stocks, but also like when you incorporate NFTs, there's these different components that are coming together to make something extremely beautiful. And we don't know what that picture will look like yet. And I posted a tweet about it even. We don't know what that beautiful thing is yet. We don't know the craziest thing that could be built, using V4 hooks in this new age of DeFi. Yeah.
Can you pull up the Sinjo chart? Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think about with this is why couldn't Pawns build this on top of their own launchpad? But I think what he said is that he's building out the kind of complex mechanisms that make a token great in terms of its structure, how the technology serves the token market itself. And then Pawns is kind of like the liquidity layer that it gets dropped into. So it's just that's one thing where I'm trying to still understand the relationship there. But
so the way I'm looking at it is Pawns is a team. They're shipping at crazy speeds. They only have enough time to do certain things, right? Like there's so many great ideas that could be built out, but as a team, you have to focus on what helps you to compete. And I think with Pawns, they've really done a great job of building up their community, and they're working hard on V2. They're empowering builders in their community. They're really helping people to understand that Pawns is a really nice ecosystem to build in, to deploy in, etc. And so I think they're so busy shipping over there. They don't have the time because, again, these complex mechanics that are being built with the tokenomics, developers had to code that from scratch, that into the protocol, code that into the smart contract, however it's coded in. They had to build that from scratch. And that takes time. That takes effort. That takes manpower. That takes intellectual capital. And if they're trying to build Pawns, if they're trying to build in such a highly competitive space as the launchpad scene, you need to focus on what helps you to win in that scene. And I think, Sinjo serves as a nice complement to what they're building in that, hey, we provide distribution. We provide, good, solid community for you to bootstrap in, and a good ecosystem for you to bootstrap in. But then, we have Sinjo as this kind of add-on feature, this layer on top of our launchpad that isn't a competitor, but actually acts as a way to help developers get the tools that they need to build out even more cool things. And the fact that they're, buying and airdropping the Pawns token, obviously that adds to that synergistic relationship that they have going on. But I think there's a lot more synergy, less competition with these two. And I think together, again, I keep saying it, the things that can be built with all the tools that we're seeing now, we just haven't seen what the coolest thing yet. And that's what retail, that's that, and the combination of the inflow of retail will be a beautiful thing.
We have the next project up, which is up. Funny enough. But guys, apologies for the chat. I saw there was some spam on the X side. I've gone ahead and muted those. So if you're spamming the chat, you're spamming your meme coin community, you will get muted and blocked. But if you want a better viewing experience than X, you can go to youtube.com/@mcg_live, and you can go watch us on YouTube. The X chat function is broken a little bit, so we can't pull. If you chat on X, we can't pull it on screen. So please go over to YouTube to chat. We also got to thank our sponsors here, Meteora. So that was at the bottom. Go provide liquidity. If you're providing liquidity on Solana and you want to earn extra fees as well as trading on top of the tokens, go DLMM with meteor.ag/ref/@/MCG. And there you will be able to stake your MET tokens. You'll earn about 20 to 18% APR on your MET tokens in cash. Just from the protocol fees. Of course, Meteora just did $330 billion in volume. So shout out Meteora. They've paid out billions to their LPs. And so go earn a piece of those fees with Meteora. With that, we have, how do you want to introduce Up here, Chill? Maybe I'll give you that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Up is the first VE33 DEX on Robinhood. It's an interesting mechanic that we've seen, on Base. And I think they're working on some very, very interesting things. I'm really excited to dig into how they can kind of combine. I feel like, that type of DEX is kind of one of the more innovative styled DEXs that came out of.
What is a VE33 DEX?
You know what? How about we pull up Alexander right now, and how about we have him intro it? Alexander, let's go ahead and bring him up. Let's bring up the Up team, and let's get his input. How's it going? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, how's it going? It feels like it's been a long time coming. I've been meaning to get on here.
Absolutely.
Glad that you guys can have me on.
Absolutely. It's been a long time coming for sure. I've been very impressed with what you guys are building with Up. But let's start off with the question. Like, what is a VE33 DEX? Why are people so excited about it?
Well, the best way to explain it is essentially, I guess if I go over the core of it, is essentially you are providing fees for voters. Voters are then driving emissions back to those LPs. And it's this core trifecta, basically, that creates this capital efficiency, essentially. And the VE part is just a vote escrow. So under our token, for example, you're buying your token, you're locking it, which goes into a vote escrow contract. And in return, you have your tokens locked up, which represent voting rights, essentially. And voting rights in our protocol essentially means a portion of the revenue share of the DEX. Under our token, we redistribute 100% of the revenue. But these VE tokens and the percentage of how much you earn is basically how much of the percentage you own of the exchange, which is the cool part. It's this redistributive mechanism in DeFi, which I've been engrossed in for the past. God, it feels like a long time now. It feels like it's been 3 or 4 years. I think it feels like a long time. And there's been so many different innovations of it over the year. Started out really in a big way with Curve, with Andrew Conry's work, and then sort of moving on to what everyone knows now. Velodrome, Aerodrome, and then there's been multiple iterations across lots of different chains. I'd name a few. There's
can we take it all the way back for a quick second? Let's take it all the way back to the Curve Wars. I was kind of like new at that time, but let's take it all the way back to the Curve Wars. What made this like voting mechanic so good?
It was the novelty of it. It was completely new at the time. Obviously, you had Uniswap dropping in, you had Sushi dropping in. It was like DeFi summer. Everyone's hot onto DeFi. Everyone's looking for the next new thing. Cronje, complete genius in my mind, made this mechanism that essentially caught people's eyes. But ultimately, under that system where everyone was so used to DeFi, everyone was completely flying emissions, just completely unregulated emissions, inflating everything to infinity, just to basically get a one up on each other. And that's what really created the wars. But, nowadays we've seen how that ends up, right? And that's part of what we do. And we'll get to that. But that was, the core of it, Curve, and then Convex obviously existing on top of Curve, which, took a lot of their governance away, which was basically just because they could offer a better form of governance, a better form of managing your VE tokens, basically. And that's part of the interesting thing with DeFi that was highlighted around that summer, is that there was innovation on innovation. It was very fast moving. No one really knew what to look at in terms of what was going on behind the scenes. So
why were people buying voting tokens though? Like, I know obviously it's to direct emissions, but like, why were people doing this?
For yield. It's the same way as it is now. It's simply for a part of the revenue of the complete exchange. So,
okay.
Say for example,
but it wasn't to direct. For instance, like if I'm a DeFi project and I want to increase liquidity on my token, where I'm buying up those voting tokens to vote my LPs to get those directed yield to attract more liquidity providers. Is that what was happening? Or
that's the other side of the coin. So you have voting pays. And voting also directs liquidity, so it has value in that way. That's why a lot of protocols, for example, they'll bribe. They'll put in these extra rewards to get emissions to their pools. Stable pools are big for this, for example, because they don't create a ton of fees, but they can drive some bribes there, and essentially that creates the emission yield that they need. So it's interesting in that way too. It's the governance. And also, the revenue side of things. And, over the long tail, especially something that we're looking to do, and we will do, is just part of the actual governance of the protocol itself, giving the keys to different parts of the protocol over to governance to basically be able to widen things where it makes sense, narrow things where it makes sense. And this is part of the interesting part of it all, really, is truly a decentralized protocol.
And just to make sure, just for the audience sake, make sure we kind of go full circle on this. So in order to get the voting power, you have to stake the token, right? Like you have to stake the main token. You get the VE version of the token, and that's the token that gives you the governance power to direct fees in one way or another.
Yeah, essentially.
Am I getting that right?
Yeah. It's basically exactly like that. So the way that it works is that you own up the token. You decide to lock it because you want governance rights, you want revenue, however that may look. You decide then how long you want to lock it for. So say, for example, if I want to lock for 4 years, which is the maximum length, if you lock up 100 up, you're getting 100 VE up. If you're locking for 2 years, you're getting 50 VE up, you're getting half. So naturally, as the time whittles down from 4 years, your governance weight reduces unless you have permanent and you have it auto max locked, which is what a lot of people do because they see the most amount of yield there. They see they can make a return better. It's easier to calculate. But for someone, say, for example, that wants to lock for a short period of time, it still can be worth it. You could lock a lot for a short period of time, get the yield for that week. But ultimately, the way that this system works and it works really well is basically it aligns everyone under one banner. Basically in the way that the revenue, the governance rights are going to people that want to align for the longest and the most, which is the way that it should be in my mind. It works the same way with revenue, right? If you have a portion of the revenue of the entire protocol, you have this feeling of like, okay, I'm not taking profit now from the token by selling it. That gives me the feeling that I need to push this myself and I need to grow the protocol in my own way. And this is where it gets interesting over the longer term. But yeah, essentially what you're saying is completely correct. You're locking up and then you're getting the voting power from that. And that's where the demand really comes from because the revenue feeds back into that.
Wow. So now hopefully, for just talking to the chat and the audience, hopefully you're starting to see how the Curve Wars came to be, because it wasn't just, investors and traders looking to lock up tokens for voting power. It got to the point where protocols now are getting involved, and so bigger and bigger players are getting involved, and makes it an interesting setup here with us being so early with Robinhood. But Alexander, appreciate you kind of breaking all that down for us to begin. We got to circle back because we usually start with like an intro with your background, etc.
You're also getting a shout out for being on camera too. This is something we definitely encourage all project founders to do as well.
Yeah, shout out to Blur and AA on Chain in the chat. They love you being on cam. But yeah, let's start with your background, who you are, and then we'll kind of transition into the product.
Yeah, so myself, a bit of background on me. I've been working in blockchain since 2017, end of 2017, start of 2018. Started then, I was a junior developer, and I was interested in crypto, basically. I was interested in how you could make things work programmatically and it have weight. I was interested in immutable code, essentially. The problem that I had around that time was that, I thought that the technology was great, but I just thought I couldn't, with my background, I love product. I love, I'm a full stack developer, but I love the front end. I love the product side of things. And I couldn't really find the sweet spot of it being cheap enough and fast enough. At that time, it was tough. And then fast forward, in 2021, I was working on Solana in the very early doors. I was working on some of like the first implementations of SBL tokens around DeFi, really, which was really interesting and fun at that time because it was a different time of coding. It was tough, basically. There wasn't really a whole lot of DevRel, but it was fast and it was cheap. And that made it fun because it opened the playbook up. And it came from a period that I think in 2017, 2018, where there was just a ton of vaporware. And that has just never really interested me. I love things that have a purpose and fit well. And then, fast forward from that, I did some massive contracts with Microsoft, between software and hardware. It was big tests for what now is Copilot. And then, was around early in Optimism, early in Base, worked on Abstract, still work on Abstract. What I do now is, I build a lot of 3.3 mechanisms alongside working on Up heavily. And Abstract.
Are you like a protocol designer, a dev? What is your kind of technical skill set?
Yeah, so I was a protocol designer for a long time. I was deep into basically all things development, to be honest. I've done, so many different things in terms of development. I've done contracts, I've done front end, I've done the whole product. But now, I'm way more into protocol design, more into the product side of things, more into the business side of things. This is the parts that I really enjoy now, and I get to sort of share my passion for this type of protocol and with DeFi in particular. So that's the fun part.
What made you choose Robinhood?
Well, it's just the opportunity. Why are we all here? You can almost answer that question yourself. There's a huge opportunity here. I see, where we are in the cycle. I see more liquidity coming in, and I've seen this coming for a few months now. And I feel like the real venue, for what we saw on Base, for example, we were sort of thinking of this playbook, basically of. There's going to be a bunch of things that are happening on chain, and it's going to go to Coinbase, and it's going to transition like this. I still think, the main thing with Robinhood is that playbook. You have that strong onboarding method of normal people coming into crypto and really using these things. You have, that great synergy, basically. And I think what we haven't seen since 2020, 2021 is this big inflow of capital coming into the space. We didn't have it in the last cycle. And now I think that makes things very, very different now. And that makes things much more like it was back then. We'll see a lot of new people coming in and new people testing out new things. And the opportunity there is the best that I think that I've seen across any chain, especially even in EVM and maybe even across crypto, to be honest.
So I want to start to transition into product. Obviously, crazy cracked background, coming into a really nice opportunity with where we are, both from a cycle perspective, from a vibes perspective on chain, from an opportunities perspective with Robinhood. Talk to us about product. How are you guys, positioning yourselves to kind of dominate on Robinhood?
Yeah, so I guess it goes back to the curve wars in a sense. Back then back then we saw protocols just mega inflating basically all the time, because they wanted to win this war, even though it doesn't really work. And that's something that, my team and I have been working out massively over the past year and a half now. Like, how can we fix this problem that we've seen across 3-3s? And, to be frank, most 3-3s just haven't worked. They haven't. It's the same problem every time. And it's because, people are looking at 3-3s that, have worked on paper, and copying that playbook when it hasn't really worked. And the reason why it hasn't really worked is just rampant inflation problem. And like I said, we've been trying to work out. Is it like
inflating 3%? Like, what does 3-3 actually stand for? Is it 3% every 3 epochs? Like, what's the?
It's just the trifecta, basically, like the reward mechanism of each part sort of synergizing with each other.
Okay,
but in terms of how much inflation you want to have, that's purely down to the protocol, and it's happened in lots of different ways. But what we see mostly happen, and I've never really seen a 3-3 do something differently in the past 2 years, because everyone's following the same playbook of the big 3-3s. And what that looks like essentially is a big airdrop at the beginning where you're giving out a ton of governance power. You're giving, like, I think 70 or 80% usually of governance power away straight away. Then basically you're having like a tiny float of the liquid token. And then what tends to happen is you have a lot of attention on that initial token. You go crazy, like the price will go through the roof, because obviously it's super, super low float. And then from that, the price of your emissions is sky high. So ultimately what that means is, because most of these 3-3s, if not all of them, have a fixed emission schedule, you're then forced to then release that same emissions regardless of the price of them. So it doesn't make sense. But it comes from that original sort of ethos of 2021 of like, it should self-regulate. It should work itself out. Emissions will be super high. It will track to a bunch of LPs, and then that will drive the rewards higher, and then that'll work out. But really what happens is you'll blow off massively. You'll then have to release a ton of emissions. You'll dip really hard. And then it's this self-regulation game, which should work on paper, but in practice it never works, and it never has worked. So this is where, what we've worked out and what we're practicing now is the real game changer. And what we've seen also in practice is a game changer. And what that means is essentially we can work out ways to cap these emissions that go to each gauge. And what a gauge is essentially is, a gauge is something that sits on top of a pool. So I guess the best way to explain it on that front, you have to stop me if you've got any questions on this, by the way, because I'll just deep dive it. But essentially, under the hood, it's Uniswap. For the layman, it's V2 and V3 Uniswap. Gauges then sit on top of that. And then basically it's that mechanism that allows someone to choose whether they want to just take fees or they want to take emissions. And then our goal is basically to pay that person emissions so they choose to not have their fees, and then our fees go to our voters instead. So that's the whole game. But really, under the system where emissions are uncapped, unrestricted, for us, an example, if we decide to do like our normal emission schedule, and this is the same for most 3-3s, they normally have to double their circulating every week. So what that means is, like, you're going to have a massive inflation problem, and you're never going to recover.
Crazy.
We would have had to release $1.5 million worth of emissions in the first week. It just doesn't work, and everyone knows that. But it's this playing on this self-regulation that everyone sort of goes for. Whereas on our side, we know, okay, well, we can actually just release 10% of the emissions that we were going to release, for example, and we can release 150,000, for example, because we know the amount of eyes that we have on us. 150,000 is going to pay the LPs well to where they want to LP and where they're willing to forego their fees, but not too much to where we're over subsidizing them. And that's where the waste comes into play, and where inflation really goes crazy, and where we're doing something different. And that has a massive effect across the board, and something that we've seen in practice. Also something that's really cool for us to see, because we've been really working on this for the past year and a half, really, to see how we can fix this issue. But yeah, it's all around capping the gauges, managing inflation, and everything that comes with that, which really changes it for us.
Got it. Sounds good. So you guys are tackling what a problem that basically has taken down many other 3-3 protocols. With that being said, what you know,
Chill,
what's traction looking like on you guys' side? Yeah, go
before
for
we
it,
get to
Josh.
traction, I actually have a question because we do a lot of liquidity providing on Meteor, and so they have a DLMM, kind of this bin system. Is up like an AMM? You mentioned it's like Uni V2, V3. So it's your own AMM that you've been building for quite a while. It's now on Robinhood, which obviously is like the hottest thing in crypto right now. And LPs receive, the fees are lucrative enough that they're like, oh, I don't need like protocol incentives. Like Meteor, for instance, doesn't give protocol incentives. They do have a token, they do have some kind of reward program, but it's not like they're paying emissions to drive that volume. They just LPers just realize, hey, it's just lucrative to do this. So how do you hit that kind of break point where it's like the revenue of the protocol supersedes the emissions to get that incremental liquidity to it?
Yeah, it's a good thing to bring up. And you have to see if I answer your question correctly, because there's a lot to it.
I'll try.
Yeah, but essentially, when you bring it down underneath to the infrastructure, in AMM, we are an AMM. Meteor is a DLMM. That's their system, right? They work on bins. We work on Uniswap, right? That's our, not on Uniswap itself, but that infrastructure, as a lot of exchanges do and a lot of AMMs do. What this basically means is that we can then rely on this system that's processed billions in volume, and that is super, super safe. And that's massive for DeFi. People need to feel safe. They need to feel like their capital is in safe hands. On top of that, we're a fork of Aerodrome. And we know that Aerodrome has done a really good job for what they've done, and they've innovated really well. And the things that Aerodrome have done really well, we keep that, and we're allowed to do that because in the element of open source development, the same as Uniswap does, for example. We on top of that change things basically and we'll get more into that for what we need to do in a custom way. But basically, when it comes to that core level of liquidity providing, the LP is basically deciding, they're setting a range and they're deciding whether it pays more to take emissions or take more in fees. And our goal is to basically pay a little bit better. And that's where it becomes interesting with 3.3, is that we have emissions that we can make it ever so slightly better than providing liquidity on Uniswap or providing liquidity in other places. And we can widen it in a way that makes sense. So it's just on our side, it's about making sure that emissions are going to the right places. And that's where gauge caps come into fruition, because we can really get down to where these emissions are going and if they're going to the right place and they're earning the right amount. And it also comes down to the capital efficiency of it all. And you can send a bunch of emissions and over subsidize LP, so they'll definitely come, and you'll attract a bunch of mercenaries.
Yeah,
but ultimately that's going to be inflationary.
I want to just get back to the revenue thing, because I'm trying to understand, like, there's two ways that liquidity pools earn money. They are part of a route. So when a trade is placed, it routes the trade in all different liquidity sources based on best execution. So how do you kind of set up your pools to be capturing that flow, one? And then two, like, a lot of the volume on any new project is around like new launches. Like, for instance, with Pump, when a new token is created, a Meteor pool is created, but a lot of that trading LP like magic is happening in that first 24-hour period often. And then it kind of dies off, and then it gets discovered maybe if it's a real token down the road. But can you just talk about like how you get the volumes through up versus other liquidity sources?
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, because Meteor, I believe, that their main revenue pipeline is coming through launches. That's their best. That's the thing that they do best, right? On our side, really, when it comes to emissions, is that we can make sure that LPs are driven in a fine grain. You get paid more the tighter that you go in. You're getting higher yields the tighter that you place your liquidity. And ultimately, when it comes to capital efficiency and when it comes to routing trades, the aggregators just want the best route possible. And that usually comes from having liquidity in the tightest spot. So that usually means that, what we do great is just basically taking volume from other pools, because we're naturally driving LPs very tightly. And that's how we can do a lot of fees, basically. Right now, we are massively optimized for capital efficiency, meaning that we want to do the most amount of revenue with least amount of TVL, basically. That's
Yeah.
the main goal.
So you're basically trying to win this race of having the best liquidity rate at closest to the price. So you attract the volumes through the routes, and then that drives more liquidity providers and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of getting the volume, but the volume also, anyone can just drive their fees super low, and the LPs can earn nothing, but then you're going to be driving a ton of volume. Anyone can do that. What people can't do is adequately pay for LPs to be tight enough to where you can make a decent amount of revenue out of that LP, and that's what we do best. Essentially, LPs want to drive tight because they know that they're going to get paid for it through emissions. They're not relying on volume coming through because we're paying them regardless. And that's what really creates that revenue, is the fact that ultimately those LPs are tight. And from that, we're able to charge a higher fee for a trade, essentially. And it's still be possible. It's still be the best route, and we're still charging more for it. That's where the revenue comes from. And basically all of this revenue that LPs are or fees that LPs are foregoing, all of that is going back to our voters, and that's what really creates the demand for Up, which is interesting. I'd love to get onto that, but that's what really drives it. And then ultimately, in return, like I said, all of the revenue is going to voters. That's the entirety of the revenue of the protocol, essentially.
Are you guys first mover on Robinhood? Like you mentioned, this is an Aerodrome fork. Are they just on Base? I'm not familiar with Base Aerodrome. Like, I know who they are, obviously, but I'm not familiar with this level.
They're just on Base, but we do things materially differently. Because, like I said, we've changed a bunch of things that make us operate in our own lane completely.
Nice.
It's more about our main moat is the gauge caps and everything that changes, which in my mind changes everything. It's not just the inflation, it's also like the growth treadmill problem of 3.3 is a big problem. Also, the way that the token works around emissions is really tough to manage. Basically, it doesn't work, in my opinion. And so, that's something that we've changed that makes us materially different. And we are a first mover in our category. I don't know any 3.3 that's doing it the way that we're doing it right now. I mean, if we're talking about revenue, for example, I checked this morning. I think we've done half of Meteora's revenue the past 30 days with 3% of the TVL. I think with Aerodrome, I can't remember what it was this morning, but I think we did a third of their revenue. With 2% of their TVL. So we're ridiculously capital efficient because we can make sure that LPs are being paid well, whilst also keeping inflation in check. Like even now, the main problem with circulating or main problem with inflation with 3.3 is a circulating supply, and we're underneath the amount that we started with, which is completely unheard of. I think we're 19.7 million circulating. We started with 20 million. We've had I think I can't remember the exact numbers of locks, but a lot of locks, basically. I think 10 to 15 million in locks. Even today, this past epoch, we've had like $500,000 in locks because it's genuinely attractive.
Right. And this is people, you're emitting tokens, but people are buying them and locking them is basically what you're saying at a higher, faster rate.
Yeah, exactly. So, this epoch, for example, we released 1.17 million up in emissions, and we've had 1.5 million locked. I think it might have gone up to 1.8 million. I have to check. I just got off a bunch of calls. Things are moving quite fast, obviously. But that's the interesting part because, where a bunch of 3.3s would do a huge airdrop at the start, they give away all this governance power and they're giving away all of this revenue from people that don't really have any skin in the game. Ultimately with this, it's genuinely attractive to lock. You have this real market dynamic behind locking, which is how it should be. When you're talking about like the yield that you're getting, we call that VAPR. So that's basically the amount of return you're getting for your lock, based on the price of Up, basically. So if you were to lock now, it's the return that you would get if you locked up for the max amount of time. So basically, it's been high enough to where people really want to lock to get a portion of that revenue. Earlier in the week when we were lower, it was up in the thousands, and I think 1,080% or something, which is ridiculous. Now it's dropped down to a medium of, I think, 200% roughly. So it's very attractive to lock, and that's presuming that we're going off our current numbers, and really we haven't started yet. We're very, very early. We've got a ton of room to grow in terms of revenue. There's a huge piece of the pie to take, even outside of everything that's coming in the coming cycle. So it's very interesting to see. People, it's very attractive to lock, and that's really what does that supply and demand.
Yeah, AA says from the chat, I mean, I've had a up position for a few weeks now, and I've taken over 30K in rewards. So there you go.
This week, this epoch, we're giving out $230,000 in rewards. Last week, it was 180,000. I think the week before, it was a similar kind of week. We're on an upward trajectory in terms of rewards, and we're not overinflating to get that. There's a ton of room that we have to grow. And really, the way that gauge caps make things interesting is that it really creates this sort of on-chain programmatic monetary policy around emissions that just makes sense. When things are going up and things are looking good, we can cut back on emissions and make sure that they are in check. We're not inflating a lot because we don't need to. We can give out, the more the token goes up, the less we have to give out in dollar value to keep LPs happy. When the price goes down, we can make sure that LPs are still being rewarded well, so those rewards come back in and everything sort of works in that synergy, the same way that monetary policy works. And that's the thing that's just very, very interesting and nice to see.
Nice. Next thing that I wanted to get to here, Alexander, was just kind of traction, partnerships, and maybe some roadmap, kind of giving us an idea of like what you're most excited about. I know that on Robinhood, a lot of people kind of like, Uniswap is kind of the kind of go-to DEX for, a lot of swaps for terminals, etc. Is that like, are you guys looking to be integrated with terminals, or like, how do you grow? Like, what's your traction now and how do you grow that is kind of where I'm getting at here.
In terms of integrations, we're already integrated into most aggregators and terminals that you use already. Nice. We're already integrated into 0x. We've got a good relationship with them. We've known them for a long time, worked with them for a long time. They integrated us very fast, which feeds, most swaps across Robinhood. We're integrated into Basebot, 1inch, Kyber Swap. The list goes on really. So that's really how we capture that, initial routing interest. Mm-hmm. If you could say it like that. When it comes to how things sort of change over the ecosystem, it's an interesting point because the way that Robinhood is right now, it's just super volatile. There's not a whole lot of liquidity, so that liquidity is paid very highly, basically, because of the volatility. What that means is that our strategy right now is, we pay a lot for liquidity, but it's it pays for itself, but it tends to attract people that really know what they're doing with LPs because it's just very volatile. The thing for us, around this period is just to basically make it as simple as possible for your average person holding tokens to get in an LP, even if it's not in a super tight range, if it's in a looser range, through things like ALM, automated liquidity management, through things like single-sided vaults. These things I think are going to be very, very powerful for us, pulling liquidity in and getting people used to DeFi again, because I think there's been some sort of stigma over the past cycle of DeFi and how people deal with it. It's about making it very easy for them. When it comes to the long tail, and something that I think that we do the best at is basically when you have these big volume tokens, when we start to see more LSTs, we start to see, tokenized equities doing more volume. We start seeing like these big volume pairs coming in, like, your wrapped Bitcoins and things like this. That's where we really shine because we can do a whole lot with not much liquidity and make sure that we pay the best for it. Whilst not destroying ourselves in the process. So that's really, where we're at in terms of our plans. There's lots of things that, I'd love to work on with different people. Essentially, there's so much room to grow and so many opportunities to build things on Robinhood. The mind boggles with it. I think, we're really just getting started. with where we are right now, especially with the different types of projects that we're seeing. It's more about, as a DEX, being as composable as possible. Uniswap, obviously, they have V4, which is very interesting in itself. I think at the moment V4, for example, I think that it's people use it for the sake of using it because it's a shiny new toy. I think what it really excels at is this advanced liquidity management, which I think is really interesting for them, and I think that's good. For us, it's about making us as composable as possible. And what we can do is very, very interesting on that front. We've got fully dynamic fees, dynamic gauges, which basically means that we can drive, fees at different levels. When it comes to a launch, for example, like Josh said, Meteora make it, a whole ton of fees just because they have the monopoly on launches. Basically, they can put the fee super high. There's no liquidity elsewhere really, so they make the most out of fees in that way, and that's something that we can work on quite easily. Around these sort of things, there's so many options. There's a lot of optionality with the protocol in general. So there's tons of different ways that we can build with people. I think there is just a massive gap in the market for a launch pad that's got very, very solid liquidity, and I think that's definitely something that we're working on with different people, which is very exciting.
Like building
stuff.
your own launch pad or partnering on a
No.
launch pad and being the kind of like when the token is issued, you're the underlying liquidity layer.
No, we're not interested in having a launch pad ourselves. Like running an AMM is in a 3-3 exchange at that is a job in itself.
Yeah,
it really is. But what we can do is provide the tools and able to make a really good launch system. And that's something that we've worked with already with stockbrokers, and we're fully open to working on this liquidity system. And when it comes to launches, like now I've seen a lot of launch pads going through V4, for example, and it's not used correctly. It's not that the launch isn't protected anywhere past the mid tail of a launch. You might have a really good launch, but ultimately the liquidity doesn't support it into that next level, into that next stage, and that's mostly just because of the structure of V4. There's no fees going to LPs essentially, and I do believe that there is really the next phase that we're going to see is going to be when a launch pad really employs good liquidity into their launches, and that drives the right metrics or gives the right support when it's needed. And I kind of think that that's really where we've been missing sort of like the past month when we're thinking of huge launches on the chain. A lot of volume coming in, because right now launch pads they don't really support it as well, which is the tough part.
I do want to, there's a couple things on the token here. I'm looking at Billy Bob Bagholder's tweet here. He said,
he did a great tweet.
One thing that kind of put me off up when I first looked at it was the FDV seems super high. And he mentioned that circulating supply has only increased 1% in 3 months since launch. And I'm assuming that's because that balancing that you've been doing, right? People buying it to vote versus the emissions itself. And then it says they just burned 44% of the total supply. Is that true, or is that?
No, it's true. Okay. So the reason behind it is essentially when the protocol was launched, we prepared for an outcome that wasn't like how it was now in case it didn't work. We knew it was going to work, but then there was this option that it wouldn't, and then there wouldn't be enough, and we'd have to rejig some things. And really, right now, what we have as a protocol is that we need to decentralize. We need to speed up the decentralization process, because token or VE tokens that we would have used to support the protocol in different ways are just not necessary. So when it comes to the FDV takes into consideration the amount of tokens that are in the VE contract. So this is all tokens that are locked. So this is where it comes from. Basically, there's a common misconception that somehow these tokens are then going to be released into supply, which in some ways I guess it would be technically true, because if you were to unpermanently lock all of it and then it would be released in 4 years time, but it doesn't work like that. The majority of these tokens are held by governance, and this is why we did a big burn, because we want to see the decentralization of the protocol. We want to set this pathway towards that. That's something that matters deeply to us, and so what we're setting out now is basically that pathway. So yeah, basically the FDV.
So the supply
is
is not, or
controlled.
the FDV is not 150 mil. It's something different.
Yeah, so the way that it works, like we burn 220 million VE up basically, because it was just not needed, and we needed to do a burn.
So what is the
we-
FDV today?
Yeah, so right now it's 300 million. I think no, 300 million tokens. So what's that? CoinGecko need to update this.
That'd be about 100 million if it's 30 cents right now is what
Yeah.
it's trading at.
Yeah, so basically that 100 million roughly. But right now, the reason why it's like that is because the tokens exist within the NFT essentially, or they're an access to those tokens. All the tokens always exist in the VE contract, the Vote Escrow contract. When we send the NFT to the dead address, we can't take those tokens out ever. No one ever can. So they are dead. But this has to be done through a custom API and done through CoinGecko basically. So they just need to update it on that side. And this FDV is only going to reduce. We've set out quite clearly in our documentation that this is the pathway to decentralization. As soon as we have more data points on the trajectory of the protocol itself, we're just going to do more and more burns basically until governance is essentially under 50%. And then from there, it's just going to keep dropping.
Dom has a question. Has the protocol been audited?
Yeah, it's been audited by Shieldify. They're great guys. We're looking for 2 more security partners basically for everything going forward. So we've got like a ton of things in the pipeline, like super exciting things that really innovate 3.3 even further. And we're looking to have 3 partners every time and a public audit. So everything is audited in public. Our code is open source. You can look through all of that if you're interested. But yeah, it's you can look through all of that.
Chill. Any final questions?
I think I'm good. I mean, I guess just roadmap. What are you most excited about just as we close out? But I think we've covered a lot of it. I mean, this is a beautiful protocol that you've built for yourself. And I'm looking at the chat. You also have a fantastic community. G up to everyone in the chat. But yeah, any
Dom says leak the pipeline.
No, I can't, man. Like one thing that we really focus on, my team and I, is just really under promising and over delivering, and that's something that we've always done and we always will do. So I will say there's a lot to be looking forward to. I'm very excited, but I won't give away too much. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the community and everyone around us, it's really amazing, and that is the power really of the VE33 system, is that everyone is aligned behind it. Everyone's getting that revenue of the exchange. All of our revenue is going back to voters, so everyone has that ownership. Everyone has an opportunity to own a part of the exchange, own the liquidity layer of Robinhood, the native liquidity layer. That's very powerful. Who knows where that can go? I don't know, but that's the exciting part. And especially what we're looking at is just having an equitable entry for everyone looking to get in. There's been no VC, we've had no funding. We're not looking for any funding. If anyone wants to buy a position in the protocol to do whatever they want with it, they better buy on market. And that's the good part of the protocol, and something that I enjoy working on. Everyone on my team does too.
Well, this looks like a first mover advantage kind of situation on Robinhood. So, Alexander, this was a great chat. I'm actually I faded up on this dip at 1.4, and I'm seriously regretting my my decisions there. But yeah, congrats. Also,
there's always an opportunity.
So yeah, I mean, there's always an opportunity. Yeah. I like it at 1 mil, not at 4 mil. I want my opportunity lower,
Everyone's looking at circulating market cap and thinking, okay, is it too early, or the FDV, is it too late, or what's going on there? Really, the way that the protocol works is, look at the revenue. If you see the revenue, if you think the revenue is going to expand compared to how much we're doing right now, then the VAPR will rise. If you're looking at the VAPR now, it's in a very, very good position. If you're wanting to become a voter and earn your returns on that, then it's whether it's attractive to you in that moment. Like if you were to buy at the lows, the signal is there because ultimately the VAPR is very high. That's where the demand is. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look at. But yeah, I mean, really, really happy to chat with you guys. We should do this again sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Sounds
mean,
good.
look, as you know, this is only the beginning for Robinhood Chain for your protocol. So as
Yeah.
your revenue picks up, as your partnerships pick up, whatever the case, love to have you back on to share updates, catch up, etc. So
Yeah,
great,
like you're
great to have you on.
14 million ARR right now on a $4 million circulating market cap, according to Bobby Bagholder. Like, what? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's and we're really just getting started.
Yeah.
Really, we're
You're
operating
really
at such
earning
small
$1 million a month in fees right now.
Yeah,
in
and that's all
revenue?
being redistributed to
Oh my
revenue,
goodness.
to holders, to VE upholders, of voters.
Okay.
And that's really the the interesting thing of it all.
All
And
right,
if you look
mate.
at, if you want to compare, if you want to compare it too, I mean, check out on DeFi Llama. We're always, in the top 15, top 10 revenue generating dexes in the world right now. With about, if you look over that list, we're about 2 or 3% of the TVL, and that's only going to increase, as things
Yeah,
grow.
let
as
me
things
and sorry, ruminations. We're gonna get to you in a second here. I have to pull this on screen up here.
Josh is like, I want to see this. I want to check.
Yeah. Like here, guys, here's the stats. I mean, like, look at the stats on this. This is actually sneaky stats. This is why someone asked, like, Chill, what's your process? Well, going on MCG is definitely your process. Okay, so here is DEX volume. So what we're pumping $9 million in DEX volume, TVL of 5.8 million, and it's just taken. What caused this lift here?
This is working with stockbrokers.
Okay. So
Yeah,
partnerships seem to be a key driver here, obviously.
Yeah, of course. I mean, working with people that want to build on top of us is one of the main things. It's securing that, that pipeline of revenue. But we don't rely on that. That's the best thing. There's so many different ways that we can bring in value back to up. It's amazing.
How do you drive 800K in fees on 9 million in volume?
Yeah, well, that's literally just capital efficiency, and we're not even optimized for volume. We're optimized for revenue and making fees. That's if we wanted to do volume, we could do a whole lot more of that, but it's just not. It doesn't matter. It's a vanity metric. Really what matters is the revenue and how we bring that back, and that secures value for the token, and that secures protocol growth. And also another point, just before an interesting part of what we do, in terms of like the RWA side, like there's so many things you can do with VE up. Like you can add your VE up into like an SPY vault, for example, and you can just leave it in there every week and get paid in the SPY, or you can leave it in the Mag 7 vault and get paid in the Mag 7, or you can leave it in the up compounder vault and just let your up position compound, or you can just receive it in up and do whatever you like with it. The options are endless in terms of what you can do, and there's a ton happening there behind the scenes of expanding that use case. So exciting times.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm seeing a question in chat here. And man, dude, just a ton of love in the chat. There was a question here. Why did the other two protocols team made? Okay, so I guess they're asking about past projects. Any clarity you want to give us on anything you've worked on in the past?
And something about Ohm went to zero, so I don't, whatever that means.
Ohm, yeah. I mean, we're not related to Ohm for a starter. I mean, we work on Aborian. Aborian is still doing well. It's not a past project. It fulfilled it, and it still fulfills to this day what it does. It still owns over half of the chain's DEX TVL. It still does 80% of the volume and fees in terms of DEX fees on the chain. It's completely dominant. There is nothing to move away from there. Abstract have dropped massively in volume and interest. Something I think will change massively, soon. But there's only so much that we can do with volume, right?
Yeah.
And then when it comes to building and making sure that things go right, This is really where it comes from. Like we really understand VE33. We have all this operational knowledge, and we know what works and we know what doesn't. And this is really, where we know that, we can have multiple shots on goal, and we can win essentially. And that's really what it's about. We know really what doesn't work, and this is where we've built on top of that, where we're building these new systems that do.
And you have to build for Robinhood. I mean, like, this is just such a big opportunity. So yeah.
I mean, it's a chance to really prove the stack that it works, and that we know that it works. So it's all part of the process. There's nothing that failed there.
There you go. That's a great answer. We have to leave it there, Alexander. Thank you so much for coming on MCG. We're going to keep an eye on Up. This is like a sneaky one that's kind of sneaked onto my radar. So appreciate you.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one, guys. Well,
Awesome.
Thanks, Alexander. Take care.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
All right.
Let's go. Nice.
Yo, Up is legit. That is crazy.
I'm excited. I'm excited about Up. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
14 million annualized revenue, and the thing circulating for, like, I'm not gonna lie, the V33 thing I don't understand, but underlying liquidity.
Dude, he explained
revenue.
The whole shebang.
No, I know he did. I know he did, but there's a lot of elements to it. Like, you got to talk to AI to like understand the mechanics. And when you see a high FDV low flow token, everyone's kind of like, I don't get it. But when you talk about liquidity pools, revenue generation, first mover on Robinhood, those things are things I understand, of course. So anyways.
I mean, hopefully, chat, you guys kind of understood the whole premise of VE, but I mean, essentially, it's voting power to direct where yield is. I mean, the biggest, I think one of the biggest things that you need to get off the ground is revenue, right? And obviously, with the high revenues that they have, that's that problem is solved. Now it's just directing where that revenue goes. In order to do that, you need to buy and stake the Up token, and for staking that, you get these VE tokens, these voting tokens, and that you can use is what you can use to direct the fees. Now, where things get interesting and where things go back to kind of curve wars from years ago is you not only get investors like degens like myself and yourself getting involved, but after time, after proving themselves, so a couple months from now, weeks to months from now, when Up has kind of proven themselves as a legitimate venue to go to for swapping and for doing all these things that any DEX would do, now it's like, wow, these protocols can actually have a revenue generating asset that they can use to then direct fees to, their LPs. And that, that now becomes a tailwind for their token, right? So so it's not just degens like myself and yourself, chat. It's not like just us competing and buying and staking and whatnot. Now we're talking about bigger players, whether it is protocols, larger investor, like it's a revenue generating asset, right?
Yeah.
And you can direct those fees anywhere. So
Crypto Jones says there's a website or DApp. You got to go to the Up token page on DEX Screener and open it there. It's a liquidity provider. So, but I don't think there's like a front end trading terminal, but I don't know. I gotta.
Yeah. Very encouraging that they're already integrated into, terminals that we use every day. So they're already kind of
Decentralized Zadai is like TWAPing back in FAQ. That's so funny.
Swapping back in. Guys, so that was our second of 3 interviews. We're about to go into our third interview. Real quick shout to our boy here on YouTube, Merrick Bielowski. Merrick Bielowski. Appreciate you joining us here on from YouTube. Your question about, what's my process for finding gems and stuff like that. We're going to get to our on-chain segment here after this final interview. But our boy Ruminations has been such a chat and a legend for patiently waiting on us here to finish up with our Up interview. So now as we make our way into our next interview with Ruminations, this is Quotient. This actually came across my radar here from the community. I mean, you guys have been absolute chads you know, at least the Quotient community. There's been absolute chats just shouting it out in the comment section, and you know, there's been a lot of excitement around this token as well. I personally haven't gotten a chance to look as much into it, but there definitely is a ton of excitement here. So excited to dive in and to see what kind of ruminations, you know, what he has to say about all this, about their community and what they're building. So let's go ahead and bring him up. The Quotient team, Ruminations, my guy. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you joining us here at MCG. Like I was mentioning in the tee up here, I mean, you guys have been building, you know, relentlessly. You have a great community behind you, and that's kind of how you got on our radar. So excited to just talk about product and everything that has to do with Quotient. But before we get into it, I mean, let's first start with you, your background, you know, your builder background, your kind of resume, if you will. Walk us through.
Yeah, sure. So I started my career working in the national security space. I was a illicit finance analyst focused on Iran. So like looking for front companies for their ballistic missile program and their nuclear program. And we did these kind of investigations for clients who were looking for those front companies. So those could be banks or big manufacturers or government agencies or whatever. And after a couple of years of doing this, I thought, this is kind of repetitive, and like the actual investigations, it's like, okay, like this Iranian general owns this company and this is the CEO. And on their LinkedIn, they bragged about taking this course in Dubai. And then you go to their Instagram and there's a picture with this other person and they own a company in the US. And like, it's kind of exciting, but then you get like bored, right? And I was like really interested in the data side. So I was like, how can we like reduce all of the like manual work that people are doing, like manually entering like a phone number or like the summaries or like going through corporate records. I was like, this could all be automated and we can just make this like these pipelines to build these data sets faster so our clients could use them. Right. So I moved from the analyst side to product, and I left this company, Caron, like a global risk analytics company, as director of product focused on kind of data analytics solutions for these investigations. And I got into crypto because I was really interested in DAOs, actually. I was like, these are really cool. I believe in kind of like community-driven governance. Like this is an opportunity to like cut out the middleman in so many different ways for people who are passionate about what they do. So I left that world, got into crypto, but retained kind of like my interest in like global events and analytics. So that's kind of how Quotient originally started. We were doing reputation analytics for traders for projects on Base to help them plan airdrops and other kind of rewards campaigns. So we could be like, if you give this person incentives, when they post about tokens, they drive on average like $50,000 of volume or whatever. And eventually we were like, okay, what if we kind of use that data infrastructure that we're using to like track meme coin traders to instead track prediction markets? And that's kind of how we got to the point of Quotient being focused on forecasting, because prediction markets and like the topics covered by prediction markets, so commodities, equities, box office returns, like these are the important questions that people really care about. So that's what we're focused on.
Got it. So you're kind of using your background with data and analytics, using all these investigations. You're kind of using a little bit of that and putting some of that knowledge into Quotient. Am I kind of on the right track there? Got it.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So talk about product and Quotient. What you guys are doing. It's kind of in the data prediction market side of things. Talk about what you're building.
Yeah, sure. Should I pull it up?
Oh man,
Please.
if you have a demo, we would love to see it.
Bonus
Literally
points
any-
for camera on, bonus points for demo. Love it.
Yes. We love cameras on. We love demos. Whenever you're ready to share, we don't want to share anything that that's private. So just let us know when we can pop it up, and we will.
It's ready.
Ready? Cool. Let's go ahead and get that up there. All right. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, so every day, multiple times a day, our forecasting agent Q predicts thousands of markets. So prediction markets on Polymarket and Kalshi, as well as developing price outlooks for commodities that are traded on Hyperliquid. And the process is that for each of these like types of markets, like say like Bitcoin or gold or Iran negotiations, we've landscaped the publications and experts that have been the most accurate in their reporting of these subjects. And then the forecasting agent will go through, look at what's new, look at the price activity, and then research the different scenarios that could lead to the resolution or to the price changing, whatever it is, and then output a probability. And then from there, from those like thousands of forecasts, we select a few that we call signals. And these are forecasts where Q, the agent, disagrees with the market significantly. And there's like enough volume and liquidity for traders to, participate. And we serve these to users through the signals terminal, which is what I'm showing you right now. So like for instance, our featured signal today is Q projects that Lula, the leftist who's running for president in Brazil, is going to win. And Q has been forecasting this at like 90% likelihood for several months. The market's closer to 60.
Wow, it's that mispriced, eh?
Says Q. And the market has been, it started to converge with us, then it dipped back down. Like with elections, there's usually a lot of volatility the closer you get to the election. But say I'm a user and I want to know more about, well, why does Q have this disagreement? I can click in, I can read a summary of the reasoning. I could see kind of like the key factors on both sides. I could see the kind of scenario that Q thinks is most likely. I could see how the forecast has evolved over time, and I can see all the sources. And like you'll see that for this one, a lot of these sources are in Portuguese because for all the domains we cover, we try to find the best sources for that domain. So like for Iran markets, there will be like Iranian political commentators as an example. So it's pretty comprehensive. And you might ask.
So one of the important parts of this is because things leak into the media, but they might be in Farsi in the example of Iran on like Iranian state TV. So your system is picking that up. Whereas if you were going in without a system like this, you're not like understanding, okay, who this person is on state TV, what's the context here? You can't know that as someone who doesn't speak Farsi, as an example, unless you use this.
Right. And that's actually kind of like the instigating thing that made me want to do this. Because last year, I was like casually trading geopolitics markets. And I was like, in December or whatever, I was like, oh, Trump is definitely going to strike Iran. Like all the pieces are being put into motion. This is 100% going to happen.
You and me both, buddy.
Yeah, the market odds were like, 20. It was like 20 cents, right? So I traded that, right? And my research process, what did I do? I went to the Supreme Leader's website to read a speech that he gave because, by the way, I focus on Iran, right? So I can kind of read Farsi. And he basically outlined what he was going to do. And I was like, this is going to happen, right? But I could do that because like I knew those sources from my previous work, right? So like what we've done systematically is kind of mapping who matters, what matters for these different topics and bringing that in. So like when you want to make a trade, you have all the facts in front of you. And like Q can be wrong or you could disagree with Q, but I think it certainly saves a lot of time for diligencing.
This is right up my passion area. I love geopolitics. I mean, for the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, one of the tells for me, and there wasn't prediction markets back then, but one of the big tells for me was the Russians had painted on air identification symbols on their tanks 2 days before the invasion started. And those symbols are what aircraft would look down on the ground, or the people directing traffic would look at to say, hey, what column are you a part of? What attack vector you're going to do? But anyways, you don't paint those symbols on vehicles, with spray paint unless you're about to do something really quick. So that there are tells in geopolitics that are like this, that if you know what you're looking for, you can pick up. And obviously these markets aren't pricing it because other people don't know that information. So I do like this system.
Yeah, and the other side, beyond like what's the information you're getting, is kind of being resilient to disinformation. So one of our biggest like signal wins was this market about whether there would be an anti-cartel strike outside the US by like July 31st. And I think the market opened in like April or May or something. And this big polymarket trader made this case that like a routine training deployment of special forces to Latin America counted as a US anti-cartel operation, which is silly if you know anything about the military. Like the Green Berets are deployed globally doing training missions with partner forces all the time. Like that's not what the market was asking for. So if you kind of call it bullshit, it stayed under 50%. And if you traded that signal, like you could have generated like pretty high ROI, right? Like 600% at one point. So yeah, part of it is like being the expert, having that data collated for you. But I think that like maybe the more important, as the world becomes kind of like more chaotic and complex and volatile and like everything's a psyop, is kind of being able to hone in on like what are the material real world factors here, like physical, financial, like legal, because everything else is kind of like noise. And that applies to like the Spider-Man box office markets, right? Like you can look at the ticket returns every day and you can like do math and be like, okay, it's like really unlikely that it's going to get to 900 million.
Yeah.
But traders on Polymarket are degens and they're like, dude, 20 cents, like I could 5x my money. Like, I don't know. So yeah, anyway.
And these, like, you don't need a lot of sample data to then project out probabilistically where things will happen. And so I see like you have markets, you have portfolio, leaderboard, SQ, track record. Can you walk us through some of these other features here?
Yeah, so the main page just kind of has different sections, right? So like the featured signals are like the signals that we feel highest conviction over, where there's a meaningful spread. There's like freshly published, there's resolving soon, and then the kind of like thematic sections. There's commodities. So like if you click into commodities, it takes a second.
No worries.
Yeah, like you can see like our price outlook on copper and how that's evolving over time. So like we're short copper and you can see all the prediction markets that we forecasted.
So let's talk about this one specifically. So August 26th there, if you click on that, basically the market is at 671. Is that what spot copper is trading at?
On Hyperliquid, yeah.
On Hyperliquid. This thinks it's going to dip to 662. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the projection for today.
That's a projection. So if I'm a trader and I want to capture that, 10 cents on the prediction market, is there like usually they say it within, $10 ranges for crude, but like, how do I express, this alpha, if you will call it that, on an actual prediction market?
Yeah, so Kalshi has like markets for whether the asset will close above a certain price. So if you're like, okay, based off of this, maybe I'll pick like a few days out. So there's like these markets for August 28th, and we're like, okay, by August 28th, we expect it to be like maybe a little bit less, right? So you could look for markets where we are forecasting, like where we have like high confidence that the price will be above X, and then you could like click in and you can trade it. So like for this one, we thought that on August 28th, 68% chance copper would be above 660. Market was at 43 cents. Market's converging towards us. You could hold it all the way through. You could sell it, etc.
So that so back to August 25th in this example here, when I look at that on August 25th, it's showing that the purple is well above the current market price. And then what happened is the price kind of caught up to the purple, meaning that your forecast was correct.
Sorry, I think yes, exactly. So this is a case where we were ahead of the market, we were right, or it hasn't resolved yet, but where the market is converging towards us.
Right.
And there's other cases where.
So on this one, this market, I'm just trying to think of it as a trader so everyone kind of understands how this works. So on August 28th at 5 p.m., this will resolve. Right now, the current market is 72 cents on, Kalshi. However, you think that the proper price for that should be 92 cents, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So like what you could do, for instance, is like buy and then create a limit order for 92 cents for when the spread converges, as one example.
So can you explain that again? Sorry, because these are so 72 cents is not what copper's trading at. Obviously, it's what.
Let me pull up
show us
the
on,
prediction market.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work through what an actual trade looks like using this.
Yeah. So this is for 660, right? So if I go to 660, Kalshi is pricing, will copper be above 660 at 71 cents? Right. And we think it's 90 cents, right? So I could go in and buy $100, and then I could set a limit order for what Quotient thinks the fair price is, which is
to sell it at, right? So you're catching entry 71, sell at 92. And cool, you just put live trades on stream. We love those. We'll see how this actually ages, and we'll clip this. All right.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But so that's how this works. That works, and the commodity stuff is like kind of new. We just added it a couple weeks ago, so we're still kind of refining it. Like one inside baseball thing is that we've trained our own forecasting model. Like we fine-tuned it on our data and data from other sources. It was more kind of optimized for like politics, culture, kind of like event-driven scenarios. And we're now kind of fine-tuning a model specifically for this, for commodities that we can kind of run more quickly. It's better calibrated for that.
So maybe talk about this under the hood, because these models are kind of like the secret sauce. If you train it on proprietary data, like the difference between me going to ask ChatGPT and then me coming and use Quotient, like, can you explain like the secret sauce, either it's data, process, your skill set? Like, what does that look like under the hood?
Yeah. So over the last 60 days, Quotient's forecasts on like our core markets, so like world events, geopolitics, global elections, have been 6% more accurate than Polymarket on a Briar score basis. And over these last like 2.5 weeks with commodities, they've been 32% more accurate than Kalshi on a Briar score basis. So the question is like how, right? So the first step is like the world model, which is what I was kind of alluding to earlier, where for all the topics we cover, we're constantly bringing in data from sources and experts covering those topics. Like we don't wait until we're forecasting. Every 5 minutes, we're just pulling from Reuters, we're pulling from Bloomberg, we're pulling from industry publications, from X, and connecting that data to the markets for the forecasting agent to consume. So it doesn't have to go out and re-research the same question every single time. The second part is kind of like the forecasting harness, where we've been doing this for like 8 months. We've had thousands of resolved forecasts, and we've seen like patterns and like what works and what doesn't work. So based off what we learned, like the question comes in, the agent categorizes the question by type. Like, is it an election? There's a set of rules for those. Is it like a geopolitical scenario? There's a separate set of rules for those. And then based on the type of question, it will pull research from the relevant sources. It will look at previous forecasts on that market. It will look at forecast and prediction market odds for other related markets. And then it takes all that information and creates like different scenarios for what could happen. And then we transform those scenarios into a probability.
Got it.
And then the last part, just really quick,
Yeah,
is
sorry.
the continuous improvement. So like we, in addition to just kind of like troubleshooting, like, oh, this one looks wrong, I wonder why. We have a bunch of training data now, both from our forecasts as well as kind of proprietary like research that we've done. And we're able to use that to fine tune, or more specifically, like use LoRa, whatever, fine tune an open source model that gives us more accurate forecasts, the more forecast results, and is cheaper and quicker than using kind of like the base models. So that's kind of like how the data compounds over time.
Got it. There's a tweet here from Proxy Studio, he was the founder of Clanker, which was like one of the first launch pads, really. Friend of the show. He's now working on Liquid, but he said, quote and breach 1 million market cap on Robinhood. My angel investment will retire my bloodline. I love Liquid has a bunch of these funny takes. Prediction market traders who use Quotient are 56% less likely to lose money than traders who don't. Can you just explain that really quick? And also, yeah, what the angel investment means for you guys?
Yeah, so I guess first, like last year we raised 62.5K from angels, so like a relatively small amount. So
very modest amount.
He's one of those angels, right? Yeah, most super helpful, and like their backing has been extremely, helpful, but relatively small amount. We didn't raise from VCs, and on the like profitability side, like that's kind of like our guiding principle, like quality over quantity. Like we want traders to come onto the platform and to make money and have a good experience, because if you don't, like you churn out, and it's bad for us and it's bad for the space, and I just feel guilty and bad, right? Like you don't want to have an app that people lose money on, although you can't control everything they do. So we launched the platform, I guess, 3 weeks ago, and since then we've had 47,000 traded by traders on our platform on the markets that we cover. 59% of them are profitable.
Wow.
I'm actually the least profitable trader because of like some like degen perps trades that I've made, funnily enough. So like when people are like, oh, well, like if the data's so good, why don't you trade it? Like other people are trading it and making money, and they have a lot less familiarity with it. So I think that's a signal. But anyway, yeah, so like 47,000 traded, like 6.3% net return. You can like kind of click into different traders and see the different trades they've made, like how much they won, trades that they lost, so on and so forth. And we're going to be expanding this kind of like social element a lot, because you may think to yourself,
talk to me about the social element.
Yeah, so like for instance, right now I kind of post a lot of my trades on the feed to build awareness, but you might be like, Jordan's really good at like Iran specifically. I don't trust him on Bitcoin. I don't trust him on some of these other markets, but he's good with Iran. So when he makes like a trade related to Iran, like I definitely want to know about it, right? Or I might be like, oh, I'm scrolling through Quotient. I see a forecast on one of these markets. I want to write my thoughts on it for other people to view. So basically we're going to create a feed that takes like our like data that we're generating, so the forecast and like breaking alerts, etc., and then allows users to comment on top of that, so that you can have kind of like the full thesis experience, where it's like, okay, like an alert just came in, the IRGC is announcing that they have a deal with Oman over the Strait of Hormuz. And then it's immediately linked to the markets that we're covering, right? And then I might see that in my feed and be like, well, this is like, I don't even know what to make of this, but I think the situation's de-escalating, right? So then someone could read that and be like, okay, like if Jordan thinks that, then maybe like this specific market where I like the odds, like I'll make the trade. And right now people are getting points based off of their profitability, and not just like their dollar profitability, like the percentage ROI, like how long they held the position, some other factors. But as we add the ability to post, people will be able to earn points based off of like helpful contributions they made. So like if I flag a forecast is like bad and a user holds that position and they sell it, and that was the right move, like what we're envisioning is that I would get points for that. So it's kind of like abstract, but I think it'll make more sense like as the features like come online.
So it's not doing trade execution. That's still happening on the venues. You're just coming here, linking your wallet so you can track your portfolio. And then as a trader, you're just kind of getting signal and context for these markets, and then some sort of model that kind of layers on a probability matrix as an example. I'm just using big words, but
yeah, it's like a party, right? Like all the social trading apps are parties, and it's like, why are you going to go to the party? It's like, okay, who's there? Like really good traders are on FOMO. Like that's a good reason to go to the FOMO party. Like our thing is going to be that we have all this data that is useful. So you want to go to Quotient and just check what's there and see what Quotient is forecasting. And use that data.
The Quotient party sounds pretty lit. I will admit. I do want to get through some questions here. The token. So do you have to like use the token in a specific way? What role does the token play in this ecosystem?
Yeah, so it's a utility token that controls access to the product and will give folks access to higher product and usage tiers the more token that they hold. So right now, you have to hold 10 million Quotient to enter the application. So we don't have like a paid subscription or anything. Like you just have to hold the token, and we check your wallet when you sign in. And then and as we add more features like alerts and notifications, etc., there will be like a higher tier for those more powerful features. And then on the other hand, I guess what I haven't really talked much about is like the API. So you can install Quotient for your agent, basically like query all of our data and use that to set up trading bots or like alerts, etc. And for the API, it is paid. But if you hold at least 15 million Quotient, you get a 50% discount. So the idea is that over time, as we add more features, more data, you'll be able to say unlock like higher usage limits, so you can query us more if you hold like 50 million, right? Or maybe if you hold and then stake 100 million, you get access to lower latency. So the idea is just that like the information is good, the data is good, but like all alpha like decays the more people who have access to it. And we're thinking that as we grow and are successful, the price of the token increasing can help beat that alpha in like kind of a organic way.
So what like because we always when we have utility projects on and they talk about their token and what role it plays, we've also seen this case where successful products like this get acquired and then the token just kind of is like a second class citizen and the token holders kind of don't have anything to show for it. Podright being like a really great example of this. But there are others. Like, how do you think of the token and its role in the actual like business itself? Like, is there any sort of ownership that the token represents, or what happens if someone comes in and says, "I want to buy Quotient for $100 million"? Like what happens to the token in that instance?
Yeah, well, we're like Quotient's like a U.S. like Delaware C corp, so we have to be somewhat like circumspect about the token. It is a utility token. It's not an ownership token. We're not going to like share revenue. But to the extent that we experience success, there are structures that you can set up to ensure the kind of continued success and relevance of the token. Like I would say that some projects like choosing like not to do this doesn't mean that it's not possible, right?
Yes.
It just means that they chose not to do it. So it's something that like, as we achieve success and have resources, we're going to look at closely, but I don't want to just make like blanket statements like, like without like having the kind of
no worries. You don't
the real options, and B, like when we're like it would be awesome if someone wanted to buy Quotient for 100 million, but like right now we have like 18K in the bank, right? So we're kind of just focused on like how can we build a valuable product that people want to use, and to use it they need to buy our token. And then when we get to the point where we have enough revenue to kind of do longer term strategic planning, we'll do it.
No, it's a absolutely fair answer. I mean, we're still figuring out these like token equity structures. This is like a massive conversation. It will continue to be a big conversation. We've talked about this for 18 months on the show. It's like kind of why we started the show in the first place. But I like to give viewers kind of an idea of where your head's at in that respect, because, you know, it's a question I'm sure people definitely will ask at some point or another.
Yeah, so,
totally. Okay, Chill, I don't know if you had any other questions. Maybe I kind of hogged the show, Chill, but this is really fascinating.
I'm good. I mean, I know you love like you love the geopolitics, and you love that whole space. So I just kind of let you kind of do your thing there. But no, I think I'm good on questions, ruminations, unless there's something that you feel like we didn't get to or that we didn't cover. But you know, I think what you're building is amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I feel like I got to cover probably more than I needed to cover.
Right, with Josh.
But I really appreciate the questions and like having space to kind of talk.
Star-Lord on X says FOMO of prediction markets is what he's calling it. So that's a
nice little one-liner.
That's
Sounds good. Ruminations, we really appreciate you pulling up to the stream here today. Thanks again for coming. And you know, as you gain traction, man, love to have you back on the show as the protocol grows and you see some traction on the product side. So appreciate you pulling through.
Yeah, and sorry, one last question. How many users did you have already? I saw a bunch of users in the leaderboard. All those users had to buy Quotient to use the product.
Yeah, so 160 weekly active users over the last couple of weeks. So people who bought the token and then connected, and then about 25 users for the API, and then we integrated with another product called Capacitor through the API. So like they have users too. So still kind of small, but we're growing.
No, but that's a good little community. I mean, if you think about it, like people are buying the token to then use it on the actual product. And, you know, if they're successful traders, they kind of pay for their own position in a way. So that's the ideal thing is, you know, use it to earn your bag back, I guess. So
yeah, that's the hope.
All right. Awesome.
Sounds good.
Well, Ruminations, it was great to chat with you, and we'll keep in touch on kind of future developments. Keep us in the loop.
Will do. Thanks again.
All right. See ya.
Wow, what a lineup today, huh? We had a nice little lineup of projects today. I hope you guys enjoyed that chat. I mean, dude, chat has been buzzing, and boys, I'm so sorry that between StreamYard and X, they got something broken on their side, so we can't show the X chat up, but we got 2,200 and something of you guys in here, and chat has been jumping all day. So we really appreciate you guys pulling up to the stream and showing us some love. Let's see here. So I guess the next piece of the show here is just the kind of on-chain side. Let's now transition into the Trader Radio segment. I know there's a few things that you guys wanted us to talk about here, but quickly,
Chill, really quick. I just want to share
takeaways.
A quick takeaway on this. Look, I think he's a solid builder. He has a really good product. He's been working on this for some time. I think like 6 months or something. He said beginning of the year is when they got VC funding. One thing about these types of products is you can see the success and the success rate. And if you can crack the social trading, you know, the prediction markets of FOMO, you can build a lot of just value in that social graph. So I think, you know, that's a really interesting element that I would just keep an eye on is if that win rate stays profitable and people are making money with it, then there's value being created. That's the one thing to look at. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
no, 100%. No, 100%. Great product. I mean, I kind of want to see how much traction this builds up. Did he cover what was you remember the win rate or and the amount of
60%.
users?
Yeah.
And he mentioned that they had how many users per month? He mentioned that towards the end.
It's like a couple hundred users, not massive amounts, but enough to get a test and figure it out. The only difference with like something like FOMO is the underlying trade execution is FOMO's business model, right? Because they collect a fee on trading volume. So on something like Quotient, your trade execution is happening on Kalshi Polymarket. And I'm assuming they're earning a referral fee or some sort of fee there, but yeah, it'd be interesting if you can also build a market, whether it be automation or I don't know, some sort of, underlying trade execution mechanism that helps for revenue capture or fee capture. But yeah, nonetheless, good, interesting product.
Yeah, 1000%. You know what's crazy, guys? So let me tell you how early we are. I'm gonna give you some signal here. There was a guy from I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it here. There is a guy from what's called Bloomberg Opinion. Guy from Bloomberg that reached out to me asking about DeFi. He noted that on the Bloomberg side, they're picking up that DeFi momentum is starting to kind of get some waves. And so he was asking me on my opinion on where, interest is from a trader point of view on, different parts of the market. So I say all of this to say there's some people watching. There are some people watching. We're very early innings, right? But people are taking note of all this motion and activity on chain, on the DeFi side, on the tokenized stocks side. So everything happening. There's just a lot. There's just a lot going on. So that just kind of shows you a little bit on how early we are. With that being said, let's go ahead and transition into Trader Radio. We've completed the interviews. Let me pop open Discord. Oh man, they're already telling me there's like a few things that they want us to. Oh shoot, we're getting dot on. That's crazy. Okay, so there's a few things that the Discord wants us to get started with. Okay, first off, Arbitrum season. People are really, really excited about Arbitrum. And let me show you a protocol that tells us exactly why. And Josh, can you hear that in the background, by the way?
No, your screen share is on screener still.
On Shinjo. Okay, here you go.
Shinjo.
Now the lawn guys are doing their thing outside, and it's like
not terrible. It sound cancels.
Okay, perfect. All right, guys. So here
he
is
docs that Chill has grass. Okay.
I touch grass regularly, fellas. I touch it regularly. All right. So Otis, this is a protocol that is ripping on Arbitrum, as you can see. And we saw it was kind of like ranging for a little bit. So like question is, why is this ranging so much? Or why is this pumping so much? And the answer is this is a launch pad on Arbitrum. Now, apparently they have some updates that are coming out, and apparently they're in communication with the Arbitrum team. So far, they burned like 5 or 6% of the supply. Actually, let me just pull up a quick thread as we do some on-chain DD here live on the show. A lot of you guys shouted this out. Let's see here. Okay, so looks like so far they burned 6%. They burnt 6% of the supply. A lot of people kind of giving it, early ponds vibes. on the chain, but apparently they're in communication with the Arbitrum team. There also might be dropping. You know what? I'm just gonna show you guys our. I'm gonna just show you guys the Discord because we have all the information in the Discord. So here's the first thing. One of our homies, Ika, and hopefully you guys can see that. One of our homies, Ika, he actually talked a little bit about this in our Discord as well. Basically, Arbitrum isn't integrated with FOMO just yet. So a lot of people are kind of seeing this as a sort of front-running opportunity here on FOMO. I mean, if you think back to early days in Robinhood, Robinhood wasn't added, didn't have FOMO integrated yet, right? Like, and so people are really like seeing that as a kind of a front running of an opportunity because essentially CT now has another section or another city. You think of the crypto world as being like, let's say, a country that like the US, and in this in this country, you have CT as being kind of the capital, but then you have these other cities that are popping up. Cities like FOMO, for example, cities like Pump Fund, their social trading app. So like you have these mini CTs kind of getting created that are branching off from the main CT on Twitter. That's the way I'm looking at what's happening in our space anyway with these social trading apps, because FOMO has signal on their own, right? You can look at traders, you can look at thesis, and I'm sure there's many other updates that FOMO is coming out with. So I'm looking at this as a front running opportunity because, before this trade or Arbitrum in general gets to FOMO, we actually have access to it right here. It looks like they buy and burned, I think 6% of the supply almost. And let me see here. Okay. Looks like they're in touch with the Arbitrum team. And this was a tweet that was shared just today or within like the last day or two. But basically, they're redistributing tokenized stock rewards to top holders of their main Otis token. So if you are a top holder, you basically get tokenized stocks as like, call it dividend or rewards, basically. And that's all using, crypto rails. So I think they're actually the first one to do that. The other side is they might have some sort of stockbroker type NFT coming or something like that. Not really sure. Ika, you let me know on this. Ika, like this, all this good to show. I think it is.
Yeah.
But I also saw this tweet out as well from Hunter Be Fresh, and I'm actually gonna pull this. I'm actually gonna pull this tweet up here, Be Fresh, because I think this one is really important. This guy here, Hunter, he is from Arbitrum. Did we have him on an interview at one point, Josh?
Not Hunter, but I've known him. I used to go to all the conferences, and we built on Arbitrum back in the day, so I know Hunter personally. He's a good guy.
Nice. Yeah, I don't really know who Hunter is specifically, but here's the tweet that was referenced here. The winning chain needs two things: not corporate, not corporate, and being truly neutral. And so far, basically what we've seen is we have these they call them, you can call them corpo chains, but basically you have number one, Base, which is Coinbase's chain, right? You have Robinhood, which obviously is Robinhood. Then you have BNB, which is Binance. But what he's saying here is like the winning chain kind of needs to be a neutral party that isn't kind of like directed or influenced by any centralized entity. And so that's why he says that's where Arbitrum comes into play. And so that's kind of a big part of the thesis here. And basically you see that Ica also he mentions this a little bit. He says, Arbitrum probably catches a bid once we realize it's the only viable EVM builder chain that isn't the playground of a centralized entity. So kind of going along with that as well. But basically the plan
stretch though, no? Like I want to say it's true pure Ethereum, but to me that's just marketing kind of speak.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but I kind of like the positioning here. I mean, look, everyone is seeing what Vlad is doing, right? Everyone is seeing Robinhood pop off, and obviously, volume, and this is why I never got why people hate meme coins so much. Volume means, sorry, let me get my thoughts together here. Volume means revenue, right? For these chains. And so if you have good volume, then that will translate to, revenue for you, the entity. Now, what people have seen is Vlad's playbook. Vlad appealed to the degens. Vlad engaged with his on-chain community. He encouraged, all this meme coin trading activity when, overall, everyone in the space, like Coinbase, like a base community in general, many people were like, oh no, like, bump meme coins. Meme coins aren't good for the space. They're not doing anything, blah, 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 blah. The reality is, though, now meme coins are actually driving real world adoption. Yeah, I did have a brain fart, Top Fun.
You're glitching.
I was glitching.
Ica has an appointment. The most pragmatic argument is that they being Arbitrum, power Robinhood, and will probably power new chains of Fortune 500s cut off. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's what he kind of said in the Discord as well. He basically said, he said we need a poly market bet on which Fortune 500 company will be the next to launch a chain on top of the Arbitrum stack. So basically, a lot of people have seen, the success that Arbitrum has had, and they want to follow the Vlad playbook, and they want to compete. And so, they will likely take the same route, right? Use the same stack that Robinhood use the same playbook in terms of, appealing to the degens on chain, so that way they can bootstrap activity. That's essentially what Coinbase has done so far, right? Like they started pushing a meme coin, Basecat. Like, I mean, how unoriginal can you get with Basecat? Now, Basecat is probably going to go higher, right? Like they already got a Robinhood listing, all of these things. But at the end of the day, that's the playbook that everyone is following. Yeah. Now, Arbitrum kind of stands as this neutral ecosystem that benefits from Robinhood, because some of the revenue flows back to Arbitrum, right? Flows back to feed the Arbitrum treasury, and all these other chains are built on top of Arbitrum. So kind of all roads lead to Arbitrum type of thing is the play here. But we'll see. Let me.
So this is ODYS is $1 million market cap. It's the #1 trending on Arbitrum right now. Again, I don't think a lot of people have paid attention to Arbitrum. I'm just looking at this. So this is ODYS V2 is coming soon. This is a launch pad. Yeah. Okay. Broker. What's this? Okay. Let's see. Analytics. 7.5 million all-time high or all-time volume. That's pretty good. That's on track with Sinju, so that we just had on. 1.2 million in volume, or in 24-hour volume, sorry. And 15K protocol revenue.
You're talking about Otis?
Otis, yeah.
Nah, so if you look at one of their recent posts here, they had an all-time high of 6 million in lifetime trading volume so far, and they burned like 6% almost of their token supply. So with so much supply being burned, it's kind of like acting as like a proof of concept. And really what was happening was there was a Arbitrum fork of Stonkbrokers, the NFT, and the default launchpad that they chose was Otis. So a lot of people are basically saying that this is already established as like the kind of default launching platform for Arbitrum. So they're already kind of solidifying their place basically. And that's where the whole thesis begins. If there is, more traction, if Arbitrum does want to compete against some of the other chains in terms of, activity, volume, and stuff like that, then, they would have to kind of help out Otis here. And it seems like they already have. They already have been, in communication with them, providing feedback and suggestions and all of these things. Wonder who's this? Yeah, it looks like Arbitrum Autumn hasn't arrived yet, but X seems to be preparing us for it. Arbitrum DAO eyes revenue tools as memes energize the chain. Okay, interesting. So, it seems like there is again, some sort of tailwind here picking up for Arbitrum, the ecosystem. Let's see. Wonder if he gives yeah, there goes the neutral eco narrative. Token down incredibly bad. Da, da, da. Revenue. I know some in the Discord were bullish on ARB, the token. Okay, cool. So I think this could actually do well. I mean, look, we're at the very early stages of a potential surge in activity for Arbitrum. At the end of the day, there's literally zero activity on Arbitrum for the last however long, right? So any activity now, or anything that's happening, there's going to be more activity ahead of us than behind us. That's kind of like my thesis here. But yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. And this is obviously the default launch pad of the ecosystem. So I'm looking at it like a pawns. This is how I'm looking at Otis. Otis is like a pawns. It's very community kind of like push this forward. The community is the one who's launching stuff on Otis. So that they've already kind of taken the spot of kind of number one launch pad on Arbitrum. So that's how I'm looking at them.
Yeah. Anything else on Arbitrum that's interesting, or is that
apparently
right
there's
now?
like a bunch of low caps, but I don't think we want to cover those. If we cover there's some stuff that's like 20K market cap and stuff like that, 40K, 60. I think there was like a Arbitrum dog, but I don't know if that's stuff that we can actually cover on stream. I think those things are just too low. One thing I did want to do real quick though was let's go to DeFi Llama.
What is this? Variational. I could just in the X chat here. Variational is on ARB also as Catalyst TGE.
What's variational, Ica?
All right, I'm clicking it.
Yeah,
in.
maybe. Again, we're doing the perps. Okay. So that could act as a catalyst. Let's see here. Dex volume by chain. Let's look at DeFi Llama real quick. Dex volume by chain. Let's do. Can we switch this to like a pie view by any chance? Bar chart. Yeah. Let's do dominance. No. I hate that one. Tree map. Yeah, here we go. All right. So here is the DEX volume. Obviously, it's dominated by, and let's do. Let's do weekly. Man, are you serious? Robinhood chain only has 6% of total DEX volume. Is this the last 24 hours? What is it saying here? 4.7.
That's 1 week.
I mean, let's see.
It checks out. I think that checks out. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's just do 1 week then. We see that Robinhood. Wow. Robinhood is only double the DEX volume of Arbitrum. What are we talking about right now? Are we serious?
Dude, we have so much growth room. Like,
Are you serious?
This is crazy.
So Robinhood. All right, this is actually a post. I'm gonna just real quick screenshot this, and like this is a post for later that I'm actually gonna write up about. So I'm just gonna screenshot this and
Let's take out
save
BSC.
it.
Let's take out Binance.
Nah, man. BSC is actually they're actually still pretty competitive. I gotta give them credit. They have, call it crime or whatever, but gotta give them credit. This is crazy though. I'm assuming this is correct. I'm gonna go and double check this, but in the last week, Solana has done 21.98 in DEX volume. Robinhood, see, look at that. It's number 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Robinhood isn't even beating Base. It's not even beating Base, bro, in 7-day volume. Like, what are we talking about? All right. Anywho, let's bring it back. Just talking about potential here. We're looking at the weekly volume for the overall DEX volume in the space, right? Weekly volume. We see that Solana is still number 1 at almost 24 billion in volume. I mean, that's massive growth when you compare that to where Robinhood is right now. I genuinely think that Robinhood could be the number 1, spot for volume on chain across the board. I'll come out and say that straight up. I think following behind it, I think 1 and 2 will be Robinhood, Solana, and then behind that, we'll see. We'll also see Base, Ethereum, Binance. Now, from the perspective of Arbitrum and talking about Otis, it's crazy that Arbitrum is basically like half of the volume of Robinhood chain. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Arbitrum could work their way up a little bit. I mean, come on, they can definitely beat Hyperliquid. You know what I mean? Like on chain. I would think anyway. But I can definitely see, Arbitrum getting to 5.5, maybe even 6%, especially if Base right now is at 10 billion. Like Base has been pretty much non-existent for a little while. So, I'm very, very surprised by these metrics, and it just shows the room for growth that we have. Okay. Ika, you also said variational _IO. So this is the perps DEX that trade with 0% fees, trades crypto, stocks, commodities, and indices on chain, 500 plus markets with 0 fees. That's absolutely freaking nuts. Okay. We identified 10,000 of the most active perps. Looks like they got some type of trading competition going. Yesterday, the variational protocol hit a new 24-hour trading all-time high of 2 billion. Just in variational hits new. Okay, so I mean, their perps volume is starting to go crazy. And if you guys remember 2022, GMX started the perps DEX, whole craze on Arbitrum. And we ran up a ton of things on Arbitrum. Shout out to the boy Kaduna, also a part of the Chad's list on my profile that you can see. But he ran it freaking up on Arbitrum, and I actually learned a lot from the way he did that. That kind of influences a lot of the ways that I trade right now. Real quick, let's just go to let's just see if there's any kind of recent updates here on Arbitrum. Let's see. Powered by Robinhood, built with Arbitrum, settled on Ethereum. Arbitrum 1 leads all blockchains in tokenized ETF market cap growth over the last 24 hours. Okay, tokenized ETFs are growing on Arbitrum. Okay, I want to know what. Let me ask Grok a quick question here. Let's just ask Grok a quick question. How does Arbitrum's tokenized stock market cap or tokenized stock volume? Let's do 24-hour volume. Let's do 7-day volume compare to the other blockchains. Let's see if we can get a quick answer to that, because essentially that's what the Arbitrum team spoke with Otis about, right? They mentioned, hey, you should focus on stocks, and so I want to kind of get an idea of, you know, what is the kind of stock, the RWA tokenized stock scene looking like on Arbitrum. Oh wow, Variational raised $50 million. That's actually that's actually crazy. Oh wow, Arbitrum ranks among the top venues for on-chain DEX volume in tokenized stocks. Okay, that's actually pretty crazy. Let's see. Make a graph. Make a graph so I can visualize this. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Grok makes research real hard. Real easy, rather, real easy. Just got to know the questions to ask. That's it.
Do you guys think Up competes with Delta? Good question. I think Dom might have a better answer on this. So De Niro, if you can drop in the chat a quick thought on this, we'll pull it up.
Did you guys think Up competes with Delta? No. They don't compete with Delta. No. Up is a VE33 DEX. Delta is a DLMM protocol. And so what Delta does is, yes, Top Fumpler, Prologue competes with Delta because they are a VE33 DEX, but they incorporate V4 into V4 hooks. They incorporate V4 hooks into their protocol. I would love to get them on to talk to them about, like, I don't even know how that works. Like, how exactly are you incorporating? How exactly are you incorporating that? Real quick, here is the tokenized stocks volume versus other chains. Let's see. Implied 7-day stock volume. So I guess they're okay. This is a little inaccurate in my opinion. They're using Robinhood Chain's tokenized stock volume to represent Arbitrum's tokenized stock volume, which I think is a little inaccurate here.
So
yeah.
Dom says just completely different protocols. DLM, you choose what to provide liquidity to and keep the fees. Up chooses where fees go and focus liquidity.
Yeah. So yeah, no. Delta and Up are not competitors. Delta and Prologue Up and Prologue are competitors. Delta and Up are not competitors. Okay. Because Delta is DLMM. It is just again dynamic liquidity, market making. So it's really just a market making engine built on top of the whatever DEXs are being used, whether it's Uniswap, Up, or whatever. So yeah. Check general Discord chill. All right, let me see what you got. Let me see what you got in general.
We're also seeing a potential soft shell for an AI listing. We're going to dig into that. I mean, actually, that was my core thesis of AI being listed on Robinhood. It was pinned to my account forever at 2 mil, but all credit to Chill on that trade for calling that.
Bang, bang.
I just happened to click buttons. So.
Whoa, shoot. Won't you look at the motion on Arbitrum, huh? This was okay. This is about at the beginning of August, but at one point Arbitrum did surpass Solana in RWA count. So I think there's a nice little case here being made nice case here being made for tokenized stocks on Arbitrum, and tokenized stocks market cap by chain. Arbitrum actually is outpacing Robinhood in tokenized stocks market cap heavily, actually. And this recent figure, yeah.
Dude,
Look,
what's going on here?
I don't know, dude. I have no idea. So, again, there is a case to be made that, there is some sort of motion here happening on Arbitrum. So nice things being done there. Outside of that, yeah, let's take a look at Robinhood's latest tweet. Oops. Let's share this one here. Boom. Robinhood. Let's take a look at their latest tweet, because they also talked about a particular dog that we're all familiar with, They said, "Today is for dogs. Today is for the dogs. Show us the goodest one you know, and you might get some swag." And won't you know, the freaking Inu is artificial, kid. Always was, always will be. The freaking Inu. So I think this is a massive signal, in my opinion. The AI chart hasn't seemed to react to this just yet, but man, what a cook this was, huh?
Yo,
What a cook this was.
it was pretty obvious too, to be honest with you. It was not a hard trade to take.
MCG World Order for sure. Shout out the boys in the Discord who basically talked about this exact thesis of a listing on Robinhood for AI, the token, at 330K market cap.
I know.
It then dipped to 100K. They bought. I did not. It then started to run, and then I bought in. I was like, okay, I got you. I bought back in at that 330K mark and enjoyed the run. So yeah, you're right, top fumbler. It indeed was a hard trade. It nuked like 5 times. There was someone in our Discord who is now banned that when it dipped from 5 mil back to sub 2 mil levels, was calling AI a LARP, calling it a scam, a rug, just freaking emotional traders, bro.
Okay. So in fairness to my comment, top fumbler, when I had entered, it was down 90% from the peak, and I was like, this looks bottomed. And he said he was the biggest holder in Nvidia on Robinhood. I mean, it was just pretty straightforward. But to your point, yeah, it depends on when you were in it.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
Stonk.
Yeah, I think that guy, good lord, once we hit 1 billion. Yeah, literally, bro. Literally. So yeah, it was definitely
add him back to the Discord. We send him the chart, then ban him again. Yo, that's so funny.
And I will say this, like, that guy was like the only guy in the Discord that has ever had like any type of like bad vibes or like or whatever. I think he just essentially like lost on the trade and was just like, trying to FUD the Discord. Literally this part of the chart here is when I tweeted out bottom. Literally this part of the chart here, I literally tweeted out bottom right here. And essentially, this is when we banned him. And the chart just started like going up. But, there were some hard parts of the trade, like even right here. I mean, this drawdown was 70% drawdown right there. It was a pretty difficult trade at points, but now it's just straight up, vertical accumulation. So yeah. Whoever you are that got banned, see ya.
You're cut.
Never gonna see you again. You know what I mean? Talk
Hey,
to
look,
me. All right.
no crying in the casino, guys. No crying in the casino. But
Come on
also,
now.
do keep in mind there's other opportunities. There's other opportunities. So we've all taken L's. I mean, if you've not lost on a trade as a trader, then you're not a trader actually. At that point, you're just really lucky. No, I don't know. Maybe you are. But so anyways, we've all taken it. We've all taken L's. We've all taken L's.
We've all whoa, taken what, Josh? What have we taken, huh? Wait a minute, wait, chat. You y'all heard that?
We're not starting that. We're not starting that. Time out.
Yo, y'all remember Dom's question from yesterday?
Yeah, I'll never forget. So some lore for those that remember on MCG is one time Dom forgot to mute his mic when he was taking a piss. And yeah, anyways, we heard that on stream, but good times if you remember that. So
But all right, cool. Let's see what else we got. Let me see. At Chill TRD, RWA Foundation. What are you sending here, Ika? Tokenized stocks market cap growth is driven by AVAX and Solana this week, each adding over 17 million in the past 17 days. Arbitrum and Robinhood chain follow closely at around 5 million apiece, with Polygon are also making the top 5. So looks like this was just posted a few days ago via Token Terminal. So the most recent market cap is crazy, bro. This is absolutely nuts. Like, this is absolutely nuts. But Arbitrum is top 3 in market cap growth of tokenized stocks.
Is Backpack based on Avalanche? Is that kind of why Avalanche is that performance?
I thought it was Solana native, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a good tweet. All right. So we'll get to that in a second, that thing that Dom sent. Let me just do this.
Guys,
here.
keep sending us some like Hugh. All right, Hui, we'll look at Hooker, HOOKR. We'll pull that up for you. This has been a big MCG cook, honestly.
I mean, couple of cooks. Actually, let's just go through it real quick, huh? Let's just go through it.
And then Cryptus wants Earn.
Let's just go through it real quick. So let's start with Delta. Yesterday we talked about Delta at 8 mil. And your
13.
boy, your boy Dom even drew out the bottom on the chart, and here it is hitting fresh highs. Delta is that DLMM protocol. I tweeted out about this as well yesterday. Also, when it was on that dip. We also have dude, my deck screener is like bugging right here. What the heck?
Yo,
all my charts and stuff are like super messed up. What are we even talking about right now? There we go. Yeah. Prism is doing really well. I guess with all the ETF makers out there. Have
they increased TVL for Prism? Because that chart does look like in terms of the ETFs, like what is the TVL that's in those ETFs?
So the thing is, the ETFs are just one of many things that are built on top of Prism. I'm using Prism as basically like a V4 hooks trade period. So if there's innovation within V4 hooks, most likely to me, it will come out of the Prism community, and it will be built on top of Prism to support the Prism token. And so one of those things that came out of it was Spectrum Indexes, which was a protocol that helps create indexes. And so they've enabled that for Base, for Ethereum mainnet, for Robinhood, and also they've enabled it for that, and they've also like added like AI agents where they can actually help you to create an ETF as well. So really good stuff coming out of Prism. Really, really good stuff. I think this is like and I'm using, and again, Prism is like really pushing for the V4 hooks innovation. So they're really like pushing forward anyone that's building in that sector. So I'm really just using it as kind of a exposure to the entire like V4 hooks narrative, if you will. And this was also a call out. Do you guys see this, man? Dude, I literally talked about this last week with you guys, and I said, look, it's probably going to bounce around here. And look at, lo and behold, you know what I'm saying? These moves actually play out more often than not. Another one, yesterday, Dom actually did really well on this call out. We saw a dip on Bow. And Dom literally talked about it here, and we're up like, 3-4x off of that bounce on Bow, whatever you want to call it. Personal favorite of mine here is Stack Ultra Deflationary Protocol. It's an NFT collection that essentially helps you to accumulate like tokenized assets. And you basically like, burn the NFT. You activate the NFT by burning the token. And that gives you an NFT that accumulates assets. And I think there are some other like smaller things in there that I'm also missing as a part of the stacks setup. There's actually a really nice thread on Stacks, if I'm not mistaken, that I could show you guys. But one thing I do know is the Pawns team is really, really pushing, their ecosystem forward. I got to give them full credit. And so basically, the Pawns founder, he changed his PFP to a Stacks PFP. And I think so far they've burned like 27% of the supply. We went through some of the Stacks like underlying fundamentals and stuff yesterday. So if you want to check out our post-interview on-chain segment, feel free. But yeah, they have that. Oh, wait a second. Okay, looks like Unibix is also interested in Stack as well. Or at least it's on his radar anyway. So a lot of
Stack. Sorry, what is Stack? I've seen this. Is it an NFT collection, or is there more to it here? It's at 2 mil, so
it's very similar to Stockbroker. So no, not Stockbroker. It's that whole NFT. It's that whole NFT to token or token to NFT sort of vibe. But here's a good thread that kind of shows you guys exactly what the Stack project is about. So you can activate it by burning. You can activate the NFT by burning Stack. Choose what you earn, and the stacker automatically accumulates it as rewards. You can choose from tokenized stocks, the stablecoin USDG, and Pawns with up to 3 assets in your split. Your split determines what you receive. The interesting part is the economics. Stack is permanently burned through activations, tier upgrades, and fusion. So to activate the NFT, to even like get it to start accumulating assets, you need to burn a token. Now, you also have tier upgrades where you can upgrade to earn even more rewards. That also requires you to burn Stack tokens. Obviously once it's burned, it's like out of the circulating supply forever. And so because there are only 3,000 NFTs, when stackers are fused, the absorbed NFTs are permanently destroyed. So that means, basically, the NFT supply, the token supply, all of that is going down, which makes it a deflationary setup. That is what I love. I love deflationary setups. So all the trading activity around the token gets goes to some of these different activities. Staked stack also gets locked. So again, just taking more circulating supply off the market. Let me see. So he talks about the tiers here. Pawns Stack is already launched through Pawns Eco. The official Pawns page lists stackers as a token launched through the platform. Pawns itself is built specifically around launching and trading fixed supply tokens on Robinhood. The stackers isn't just another NFT, meme NFT. The official site says 80% of trading fees by the selected stock, which it is then held inside the NFT. The stock stays inside the stacker NFT, even if the NFT is sold. So essentially, you can just you can accumulate like a stock that has like a bunch of all of these different assets inside of it. And there's a few other like novel like mechanics, but that's kind of the core of it. It's just this overall deflationary NFT supply. So I think there's probably even multiple trades around this, not only just the token, but also the NFTs as well. By the way, recent look at the tokenized market cap of tokenized ETFs looks like Arbitrum is number 4, right behind Arbitrum is number 4 behind ETH, BNB, and Solana. Okay. Nice. Okay. So that's kind of the setup there for Stack. That's the setup for Stack. Looking good. Obviously, from a TA perspective, it's also breaking out of a nice little range here. And looks like it's pretty much primed for fresh highs. And with the support from the Pawns team, they've also said that they've been working. The Pawns team is actually working on something with a particular partner in their ecosystem. A lot of people speculate that is Stack, because the Pawns team is also very bullish on NFTs. They specifically stated that. They specifically said they're working with an ecosystem partner. So a lot of people are, talking about that as well. So that is Stack. Obviously Hooker, we know what Hooker is. You guys read the Dom, the Chad Dom write-up. This one also looks good for fresh highs. Think that one probably continues to run into price discovery. These are some of the assets that I think is just going to show vertical accumulation. Let's see here. This is, let's take that off of this. I don't even know where that came from. Let's talk about Earn real quick. Looks like Earn. I want to do a little bit of a read up on Earn to kind of get a sense of what it is. Because Earn has actually been like accumulating. There's been a lot of like buying happening in that area, and it looks like it's just ready to go. Let's see what they're working on specifically. Yeah, let's check that out real quick. Earn. I believe I have a thread on that, if I'm not mistaken. Thread. Yes, I do have a couple of them. Looks like a ton of the supply is staked. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. So here is a write-up about Earn. Here's a write-up about Earn. So basically, Earn is the only token that uses this model on Robinhood. Staking it by itself is not enough. Buybacks alone are not enough. Clean value accrual that reduces circulating tokens and scales with all future RWA5 products. Let's look at Earn real quick. Let's go to the website. DeFi for RWAs. I think that's a great space to build in. Obviously, we just talked a little bit about the Vlad interview on the podcast yesterday. We talked a lot about that. So I think that is indeed a great place to build in at this current moment. Introducing the world's first Omni pool for tokenized stocks. Tokenized stocks now have a way to share liquidity in a single pool instead of being split across isolating trading pairs. The first Earn Omni pool is live. They they support a bunch of different assets. You can now provide liquidity for 5 tokens in one single pool. An Omni pool is a multi-asset AMM built around shared liquidity. Traditional AMMs fragment capital across separate pairs. The Earn Omni pool brings those assets together inside one weighted pool, allowing users to move directly between any of them without requiring a separate pool for every possible pair. For liquidity providers, this means one deposit can provide exposure to the full basket while earning a share of the fees generated across the entire market. Okay, that's actually, I think, a new primitive, if I'm not mistaken. The first Omni pool is an experimental fork of Balancer 3, adapted for tokenized stocks on Robinhood Chain. With Uniswap, each asset begins with 20% target weight, while the AMM continuously adjusts its balance and prices as users trade. Every swap pays a fee, with the majority going to liquidity providers and an Earn protocol share supporting continued development. Okay, so you receive Omni when you provide liquidity. Each Omni represents a proportional claim on the assets held inside the pool and can be redeemed back into the underlying basket at any time. Okay. Omni receipt token can be paired with USDG in Uniswap V4 pool. Omni represents a claim on the entire Omni pool. This effectively makes the complete 5-asset market tradable through a single token. Trades below the value of the assets backing it. This creates a live arbitrage link between the Omni pool. Okay. So I guess Omni pool is like their big thing. And they're using this kind of like Omni pool to power all sorts of different DeFi mechanics from what it seems like here.
Yeah, how I understood this one is like similar to how GMX's AMM liquidity pool worked. You had a basket of assets and you could like swap in and take out assets because it was the counterparty to whatever was built on top of it. That's how I understood it. There have been examples of this in the past. I forget what they were on Arbitrum, but people have tried this multi-asset liquidity pool thing before. I think the narrative around tokenized RWAs makes this more relevant today than it did in 2021. But yeah.
Wait a second. The 7-day APR for SpaceX USDG pairing is 646%.
Yeah,
Am I getting this correct?
Where is that coming from?
Yeah. Hold the phone. Chat. If you guys have any good earn threads, let me know.
Can you zoom it in just a touch? Can you
Yeah, my bad.
You're good. So what are some of those metrics below there?
Just vault value.
Okay, vault value. Oh,
APR,
well, 80,
price.
83. Is the entire TVL only $83?
That's my read. Let me just see something here. Do they have stock overview?
Surely it's higher than $83.
It gotta be, man.
It has
gotta
to
be.
Because if it's just $83, like what are we
Dude.
looking at?
You tell me I can earn basically a risk-free 7x? You know, like,
I mean, it's an interesting idea. Multi-asset liquidity pools are very cool primitives, but outside of a counterparty does some sort of trading thing, I don't know what the use case for this really is.
well,
And an
this
ETF.
is
And an ETF.
so this is essentially what they're saying. They're basically saying like they've come up with this like Omni pool liquidity primitive, and you can get exposure, and they've created a token that represents the basket of all. So they have like Nvidia, Tesla, SpaceX, and
Yeah.
like 5 or 6 or 7 different other stocks. And they're saying that there's a token that represents, which is called Omni, that represents the entire basket of assets that they have, that entire Omni pool.
Yeah.
And basically using that basket token, if you will, they've now created things like lending, powered by Morpho. They've created like liquidity vaults, and they've created obviously that Omni pool yield and all of this. And with the Omni pool, you can earn yield on 5 different tokens versus,
So
pairing that liquidity with just one.
yeah, go to vaults. There, I just want to make sure we're not misunderstanding their metrics here. Okay.
The vault liquidity market cap is 19,000 gross annualized fee return. Okay. Yeah, like these numbers aren't high at all. Like if you guys know anything about liquidity provision, if you are early to some of these, I mean, obviously early comes with more risk, right? But early also comes with more reward in terms of the yield that you can get. That's how like liquidity provision works. But I'm really just trying to understand the overall protocol, right? Like the overall, and you know what? This is because I think this sits in a pretty nice narrative here.
Crypto Jones asks, Chill, are you still making baskets on Spectrum? You should keep them coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, dude. Like, dude, there's so much, dude. Like,
Chill,
oh my god, dude, you guys don't understand the amount of like inbound that we have right now. Like, just from MCG, from the streams. I'm trying to keep up my content on X. So I've been just, trying to like write threads, like write my takes, grow my personal brand. Obviously trying to stream three times a week at least. I'm also going to be doing like VCs in our Discord. I'm trying to trade alongside our Discord as well. And then on top of that, I have to like make, the baskets. So here's where I'm at right now, chat. Here's where I'm at right now. I am trying to figure out a flow. I have multiple things that's in the works right now, between MCG, between my non-trading crypto content on X, my trading crypto content on X, the Discord, just being involved in the Discord, talking with Discord members and stuff like that, and just like hanging out with you guys, splitting that with also the Discord VC that will be coming, and
Chill, some wild stuff about to hit too.
And then just like, and then we got some like stuff that's like cooking in the background with MCG. By the way, see the green room chat real quick there, Josh, if you haven't checked out my latest my thingy there. But yeah, there's just, I'm trying to figure out my flow, and my flow I want it to be complementary to my trading, right? Like I want to be a student of the game, man. Like I want to be a good trader. I want to run, like I'm probably going to start up a FOMO as well, by the way. So keep eyes on that. But I'm definitely going to start up a FOMO account. I'm going to start with $1,000. I'm just going to run it up, in public. So I'll be starting that here soon. But yeah, man, like, it's just kind of, it's a lot. It's a lot to try to like get the flow down while still be a student of the game, be a good trader, get people on MCG, bag work MCG on the timeline, like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot. So yeah, just trying to trying to do my thing here. Just trying to do my thing here. So yeah, it's a lot. But hopefully I'll be able to get some more content, keep up with content and stuff like that. I'm really trying to like just freaking work it, man. I'm really trying to freaking work it. But
Everyone Stonk is Guys, the MCG t-shirts are coming, but you got to buy them. Like, I'm not going to spin up a store if no one's going to buy them, but we do have some limited edition ones that will get out there at a premium price. And again, all proceeds go to fund our ability to do this every day. So it's not like you don't make really any money streaming, by the way. Once you support
just
yourself,
for the love of the game, chat. It's literally for the love of the game. Other than that, though, this is the profile for Tharmas, the earn developer. Says a lot of interesting things. Bringing yield to RWAs is a $1 trillion opportunity. Robinhood is making it possible for the first time by tokenizing stocks. Now we can turn on-chain activity and volatility into yield. So I think this is I think it sits in a really, really like high potential sector, because obviously you have Vlad paying attention to RWAs, tokenized stocks, and the meme coin crossover, and just overall what developers are doing with tokenized stocks. He's also admitted that there's a lot that's being built that not even they have thought about. So it's going to be.
If I can here, I think I understand this a little better, what they're trying to do. So when you create ETFs, you create a basket of exposure. So you're limiting your volatility to any single asset and instead getting exposure to maybe an entire industry's theme and thesis. An example of this is you could be like NVIDIA, Tesla, and, some other robotics / AI plays, AI memory, and then you got AI and robotics in a basket. Now, individual investors might say, hey, I want that, right? That's why indexes exist in ETFs normally, because it limits my exposure, but I get upside to the entire trade. Now, where this kind of gets a little interesting is as you attract that capital from that investor, which does exist, that investor does exist. Those are more, passive investor types with like automated trading apps and stuff. Once you get that capital, it sits in a liquidity pool. Now, what can that be used for? It can be used for deeper liquidity for individual traders. Now, let's say I'm buying $10,000 of NVIDIA. It might route half my trade to, a Uniswap NVIDIA pool, but it also might say, hey, you get good execution in this earn pool here. We're going to go swap into that as well, which they then earn a fee. So now not only am I an ETF investor in the, entire trade, but as trading volume happens, people might use our liquidity pool, the ETF that I own a token of, or own exposure to. They might use the underlying assets in that for liquidity, and then we earn the fees as people who hold the ETF. So you kind of get the benefit of the ETF itself, but you also get the trading fees of what the pool is providing. And then ideally what the pool will do at some point is they'll have to rebalance and based on certain parameters, but maybe that's what they're trying to do. And at scale, that's actually quite interesting.
Yeah. And to add on to that, I mean, basically he says it right. He says it right here. This is a lot bigger than an index basket or ETF style product. It's an entirely new AMM on Robinhood that allows you to provide liquidity for up to 8 tokens in a single pool. You're earning fees while keeping exposure to every single token with no active management whatsoever. Looks like they are also just 10 hours ago showed some nice little some nice motion there on the single pool, the Omni pool. You keep exposure. Looks like you're earning 100% APR. And what's really interesting is we see it's crazy, but it's when you talk about liquidity positions.
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
so
Pat,
grabbing a
you're
back.
all right.
Pepe.
Hey, careful, of course.
Yeah, so it looks like they got some TVL, they got some volume. Obviously, tokenized stocks already have volume. And so, there's going to be natural stuff there. But this is the interesting part. The next thing that they'll be working on is anybody will be able to create an Omni pool for up to 8 assets in a single market, turning memes, DeFi, or RWAs into yield-generating shared liquidity. So the real innovation here is you're providing liquidity not for one token, you're providing liquidity for up to 8 tokens at once. and the pool will rebalance itself. So I think that's really exciting. It's a new primitive. It's something we haven't seen before, and it's one thing to do it with tokenized stocks on your own, but it's another thing to do it like, you know what I mean, like with any token, that traders want to create. I'm just going to peruse through a summary here. Of this article.
Agars Burzin says, what about Frong? My guy, right now, DeFi on Robinhood is cooking. I would, you don't need to buy necessarily meme coins. Also, Frong's thesis was it was at the top of pools.trade or trade.pools, whatever it is. But I think now what's made Hooker kind of popular is because it's now at the top of pools.trade.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Frong, I think will have its run in time. But yeah, I mean, look, I like meme coins too. I love trading meme coins. You guys saw me on the timeline. I was talking about Juggernaut and at 5 mil, and Juggernaut is at currently 10 mil, 12 mil, something like that. So yeah, Robinhood tokens are cooking, but I love the bigger meme coins. Like, Juggernaut was at like, 3 mil. It's at like 12 mil right now, but it has like a massive sort of like lore behind it. Things like NASDAQ, I think will do well. The first meme on Pawns likely would probably do well, but these things have like huge like cultural things, and they're like very core to the motion that's happening on, like, Juggernaut, OG V1 Robinhood, like lore, gonna do well. First meme on Pawns, Pawns is at 100 mil. Pawns is actively involved in the ecosystem. Tailwinds likely ahead, right? So I don't mind the meme coin trades, but it has to there has to be something. There has to be something there. And I thought that that Uniswap would kind of push Frong along, but I'm not sure. It chart wise looks good. I'm not sure what will be the gas for Robinhood token and for Robinhood DeFi tokens. Oh man, gas has been put on the fire over and over and over again. So yeah, I actually might check out the earn platform. Not even gonna lie to you. I might slide on that mug.
Yeah, I mean, also someone was like telling us to buy this at like 200K, and it's now.
Yeah, shout out Ika. He called this one out at like 200K, but I was literally an hour or two late, bro. Like it literally, or maybe like 4 hours. But I was a little bit late, and by a few hours, and it like ripped like 10x in that time. So, and it hasn't really like gotten a meaningful pullback since then. So
people also keep showing us website too, and this thing is just going.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
all. A lot of things are cooking, and I agree with you, Dom. Uni gonna push Hooker, not Frong, more aligned with their V4 push. Absolutely. I think Frong was good exposure to the pools.trade launch of the launch pad itself. But I think Uniswap is shifting their focus to V4 hooks, which, so I think that just damages the thesis behind Frong, in my opinion. But yeah, not again, it could do well, but I think there are other setups that are more. Again, I'm taking shots on goal. All right, let's illustrate it this way. I'm taking shots, and I would rather take a free layup than a mid-ranger, right? Like Frong is a mid-range shot, still close to the goal. You're still slightly open. You got some room. You know what I'm saying? You can put a shot up, no problem. But would you rather do that, or would you rather do a free layup where you're like, you're breaking away. There's nobody around you. Freaking open layup.
An Angel Reese layup.
Oh gosh. as long as you're not Angel Reese, you know what I'm saying? Like this should be the trade.
You know,
that you're taking
they're
here.
saying that she's like the NBA or WNBA rebound leader. And then I'm like, yo, she rebounds her own missed baskets way too much.
That's literally what it is. She's just the tallest there is. So, and she does not even shoot her layups very well. But I'm not trying to hate on Angel Reese. I ain't trying to hate on her. All right. All right. What else we got here, guys? What else we got here?
Don't want to get ourselves into trouble here, you know.
Right. I think there is Scopel. Damn, boy. Ooh wee baby. Ooh wee baby. This one was called out in the Discord, sub 100K. Not gonna lie, I took some profits at like 300K. I was looking for a deeper pullback like below these levels right here. Just never got it. I was hoping that we would, you know, kind of touch a little bit of sub like 300K, try to get back in there, but like, you know, markets are bullish, man. I probably shouldn't be looking for these large pullbacks anymore.
Oh man. It's crazy. I go to Solana and I'm like, oh, what's popping off on Solana?
Man, they're still buying the latest freaking TikTok trend or something.
Outside of like Stonk, like everything here is all pretty much memes. And I just like, I gotta be honest with you, I am so tired of just seeing memes on this.
Personally, like you guys know, I trade memes. I love memes, but personally, I like the trades that I truly get like excited about are you know, the utility DeFi trades, bro. Like deflationary setups, ohm forks, tomb forks, like anything with crazy APYs and super deflationary. Like that's the stuff that just get, and I'm not like trying to not trying to clown, you know, meme coins, not trying to say they're bad. I'm not that ivory tower guy. Like, you know, I love and will trade meme coins, but the thing that just me as a person that excites me is more than just a meme coin. It's actually DeFi. That's what I came in and was super excited about when I came in the space back in 2021. I was super super drawn in and moved by DeFi innovation in the space. Like that's just what I love, you know, and I trade what I love.
What's on Pawn? Like, let's open Pawns up and see what tokens are on there. If there's anything outside of the cat thing, it's at 20 mil. I can't believe that thing's at 20 mil. That was at $1 million when we had him on the show.
All right, let's open up the Pawns Launchpad real quick. See what these boys got, man. Looks like they got Pawns up there. Delta, bang. Oh, somebody was asking about DTF. I don't know. I prefer Prism over DTF. Just my personal opinion. Speaking of which, maybe we just take a quick look at DMND. So Prism, or not Prism, but Spectrum Index, DTF, and this here, DMND, they all are ETFs. Now, the difference here is, which I like about DMND, this is cooking. We were trading this yesterday at this green box here. We were trading that yesterday, and it just freaking went nuclear after we were getting in at the at like sub 200K, and it like went to like 2 mil almost, or over 1 mil. Yeah, raise your freaking targets, boys. But yeah, I mean, DTF, I think a lot of people are just valuing it based on the Olympus DAO dev being behind it. I did DLMM that actually, and nice little mini cook. You know, nothing too crazy. I like DMND as well because it's multi-chain. That's the first one. That's the first one that I saw. Spliffy Magoo, have you used Spectrum? I actually have. Oh, DTF on Friday? Oh shoot. We getting DTF on Friday, boys. Let's go.
Ooh, that might be a little alpha for those live.
For only for you guys that are with us live on stream. Yeah, only for you guys that are with us live on stream. But yeah, I mean, look, I really like DMND because it's a multi-chain ETF maker. I don't know about like security and that kind of stuff, because from my conversation with the Prism guys, there's a little bit of questions around security with doing that kind of stuff. So that would be my main question for DMND. But if they say they can do it and like it's actually something that's usable, then absolutely would love that. Have you used Spectrum? I actually have, Spliffy Magoo. I actually have used Spectrum. It's a very sleek terminal. They also have an AI agent now that helps you to make the ETF basket. So I'm actually going to be like doing a little bit more ETFs, but like I was saying, bro, like there's just so much stuff coming our way right now. I'm just like I'm just trying to do my best to keep up between like the trades and everything else. But I think seems like infra plays hold up better than memes, not memes too as much. Not as much whipsaw, for example. Look at volatility and Kate. Yeah, I mean, look, I love Evening Rambo. Good to see you, brother. GM. But yeah, like I mean, that's how infra plays play. Like that's how things work. Utility typically holds floors better and stuff because there's a reason for people to hold outside of the speculation of Unipix might ape or Frank D Gods might jump in or Ansem might bull post or whatever. There's more meaning to some of these setups than just the support that one can get from a big voice in the space. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how things play out. But I think that's it for today, guys. Look, we've been on stream for 4 hours here. If you got to run, Josh, absolutely,
yeah, I got to run
for it. GG's. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close out stream here. I think we covered quite a bit. Let me see. We covered DTF. We covered Scalpel. We covered Earn, Frong, Delta, Hooker, Pawns. What else? We covered a lot. Bros. All right. So I think that's it. Oh shoot. Changed my way of trading because of y'all. Never looked back and I'm up. Real quick, let's actually go to Pepe's. Let's go to Pepe's. I think Pepe had like a story of, so basically Pepe, like if you guys don't know the lore, he was like supported us super early in MCG days. And I think Pepe, weren't you like down on perps or something like that? You were like down on perps and you basically came to MCG. You started watching us. You learned a lot from like, how you trade and what setups to look for and this and that. And, basically over time, over a few weeks and months of watching MCG, you basically, you recovered all your losses from perps trades and now you're up. And now you're up. You've been winning these last couple of weeks and months here on Robinhood and just been cooking just by simply watching MCG. So yeah, I mean, cool story here from Pepe, and just happy that MCG has been able to provide value to those that watch and listen. I mean, look, we've been covering markets on chain throughout the bear market. We've been talking about how to look at these setups, not just mindlessly like shilling projects or whatever, but really like getting into the nitty gritty of how do you trade? What's the mental framework? Where are you taking profits? How are we thinking about positioning in the market when it's at a high or when it's at a low? Now, over the last few days and weeks, we've been talking a little bit more about Robinhood chain, about the beginning of a bull market and how, there's a lot of opportunity ahead of us. So yeah, I mean, if you guys watch MCG all the time, definitely, you'll be just like Pepe, like you'll be able to kind of use the value that you gain from the stream, incorporate that into your own trading strategies and your own, trading abilities. And you'll be able to use that to completely turn your, or at least completely benefit, your trading, as a result. And again, this isn't just like mindlessly, oh, buy this project, buy that project, copy trade this, copy trade that. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about building mental frameworks, understanding the risk that you're taking, understanding how to position in a particular market, in a particular ecosystem, and how to look at the market from the standpoint of being a profitable trader. So just glad that we've been able to provide value and just appreciate you, Pepe, and your support on the streams. And again, glad we've been able to give you something that you can take home and use in your own trading. And Smart Trader RKT, to add to that, MCG has showed me the light on Infraplays. Thanks, guys. Yeah, anytime. Again, all you need to do is watch MCG. Can I get a MCG World Order in the chat? All right. I think that's it for today. Oh yeah, last thing that we'll take a look at, by the way, is Stonk. I think Stonk is hitting a all-time high today on Solana. I've been telling you guys about this trade, and it is finally doing well. Yeah, so nice little equal highs, not a complete all-time high, but I have been kind of calling this out as the most interesting thing that's happening on Solana right now, to coincide with the larger move we've been seeing across the board here on Robinhood, right? RWA, meme coins, pairs, MCG World Order. Let me get an MCG World Order in the chat. Let's go, baby. I love seeing that. Bang. I see a bunch of MCG World Orders in the Twitter chat too. I wish I could show it on the stream, but shout out to you guys, man. Appreciate you guys. But I think that'll do it for the stream. Stonk is likely, again, the most interesting thing happening on Solana right now, likely to continue doing well. So excited to see what happens there, but appreciate you guys. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I personally won't be on tomorrow. I'll be back on Friday. So you'll be having Josh and Dom tomorrow, our resident bulls. Appreciate you guys. Before we leave, thank you for the MCG World Orders in the chat. Appreciate y'all. Let's look at some housekeeping. Let's do some real quick housekeeping before we leave. Let's talk about it real quick. You already know. Go to @MCG Live. We're here Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time, right? Covering the latest and greatest happening in the space across all chains, all ecosystem. Robinhood. We talked about Arbitrum today. We talk about Base. We talk about Solana, BNB. Wherever there's action, you can be guaranteed that we will cover it on this show. We appreciate you guys for your support. If you would like all of that, go to @MCG Live, hit the follow button. We are at 15.8K followers. MCG World Takeover. We're almost at 15.9K. Hey, maybe we get 16K here pretty soon. But I want you to go to our pin tweet, hit like, hit retweet. I've already done so. As you can see here, we're wrapping up the stream, but anyone that joins after your like and your retweet, they can definitely go back and rewatch this entire stream. So many different things that we talked about here. Such alpha that we covered on stream between the Sinjo DeFi, the Up interview, the Quotient interview. We talked about a lot, and we're doing it all because we're making crypto great. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. I'll see you in the Discord. I'll see you on the timeline. And if not, I'll see you on stream on Friday. Deuces. And you will see Josh and Dom tomorrow on MCG, 12 p.m. noon. Be there. Peace out.